we keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
All right, and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. It is all thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, analyst, caster, Blotto. Joining us along is going to be, of course, Ankit. This is day number 2 of the semifinals. We've got some wonderful games that are lined up for you. 6 games altogether, and it is going to be an exhilarating ride. Ankit, how are you feeling, mate?
Very much exhilarated because yesterday we saw some real action-packed game where we saw Group A and B in the first 4 matches, and then it was C and D. So you got everything. You got that meticulous gameplay, you got that cheeky-peeky gameplay, and everything you talk about those strategized gameplay. So what all it can be then, because in the first day you get to see so much of action. So in the second day you can expect how boom it is gonna be.
Exactly, dude. I'm sure when it comes to the chat itself, they're all going to be focusing their eyes. When it comes to, of course, the first 2 games, which is going to be on Group C and D, they're going to continue their games. We have A1 Esports. We have A1
Yeah.
Esports to talk about. That was stuck with, I believe, 10 points yesterday. And hopefully today they will be able to cement their gameplay and lead and move on into perhaps what we all expect them to be, which is, of course, in the first page of the leaderboard. Along with that, we do have, like we just mentioned, Ankit just mentioned, we've got 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, 32 teams in total that will move on down from the semifinals. That will then have 24 teams, and also to keep in mind that this also has a slot for PMPL Season 4. So these teams are giving their all the best that they possibly can, because of course they're not only representing their region, but they want to be a part of PMPL Season 4 as well.
I mean, exactly. A lot of things are at stake with that PMPL stage that you just mentioned. A prize pool is also on the stake, is also on the glory. And look at that total massive prize pool of total of $30,000, and that gets distributed eventually to the first place. Whichever team gets to that place gets a $10,000, and that is a big number if we have to talk about it. And a lot of money is to be added in the bags and the bucks. But the second place also gets a total of $5,000, and third place gets $35,000, and it keeps decreasing from 4 to 5 to 1750 and then 1250. So a lot of things at stake, and what they are playing for, these point system and the standard point system that we have been following, the same from PMPL and from the last season. So it is the same. So I guess teams must be very much acclimatized to all these point system, and they are very much familiar with this.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, yesterday we started off with the VNM Legends taking on a massive lead for themselves in the first game itself with 30 points. I mean, 15 of those, of course, for the chicken dinner, but the rest 15 were based on the kills that they got, and every single kill gives you that 1 point. That is going to be so very crucial. Along with which, as we move on to day number 2 schedule, we've got, as we just mentioned, game number 1 and 2 are going to be Group C and D, continuing their saga from yesterday, and that is again something that we can talk about, Ankit, that yesterday, we saw Group A and B play 4 games in total, altogether back one after the other. But as soon as Group C and D chimed in along, it was a different affair. It was an absolute annihilation. And dude, again, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that hopefully today we see the same sort of gameplay and perhaps even better.
Exactly. Just you just mentioned when C and D joined in the lobby, we saw the first four gameplay of A and B, and that was on different level. But when C and D did play, there was something that was complete annihilation and a gobsmacking performance from all these teams. And I would especially like to mention the way IPG won and the teams like XBET in just two games, they did climb up on the ladder of success, and they were on the first and second half of the chart. But let's head to the squad roster for Group C. AcidDEFIANT, Oxygen, ES, and some more teams that will be joining in the frame, and that will be of BIT and Bo Mortem, ES, Silent Cloud, and Team 4X. So now talking about BIT, the team looked really very nice in the last games, and straight away heading towards the Group D, the first team, A1 Esports. My eyes will be set upon this team, and I'll have a very keen eye because I just want this team today to perform at its utmost best.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on towards Group D, we've got XBrothers right here who are at the 9th position, as so mentioned, of course, earlier. And this team has got 29 points with 10 kills and 19 placement points. So that is going to be working perfectly for this team. But along with them is also Bad Intentions, who are also sitting at that 29th position and at the 10th position of the overall standing. So today, these teams are hopefully going to be able to make that mark and move on into the first page of the leaderboard itself, as did IPG. But alongside all of this, A1 Esports, the conversation goes on back down towards A1 Esports. Exactly what can we expect from them? Only time will tell. But when it comes to the maps itself, when it comes to the gameplay itself, we are hoping that these teams are going to be able to cement their lead because, well, they've got this moment on day number 2 to be able to create that sort of a massive lead that we saw from 7 Seas, for example, yesterday, right?
Exactly, Seven Seas did outplay all other teams. They were sitting, and I guess they are still sitting with that massive lead on that position. But A1 Esports again, because Group D and C and D are playing for the first two matches, and whenever Group D comes to the frame, yesterday some teams did really perform well. I just mentioned in that group roster, it was IPG and XBROTHER. So now I guess it's the time for A1 Esports to make a comeback because they are the team that they are looking for all these glories.
Oh, absolutely. With that, we've got the overall rankings on our screens where we do see 7C creating a massive lead for themselves, and it was all based on the synergistic play that they created, the play that was required from them, and that is what they've showcased to the entire lobby. 36 placement points, 37 kills, consistency talking in a completely different paradigm shift altogether for the side of 7Cs. As we move on along to the second page, we've got XBrothers as well as again, Bad Intentions. They are sitting so very close, 29 points, and second page altogether, all the teams actually from the first page moving on to the second page, the teams are so close. One good game and you can move up or down the ladder board.
Yes, it is. And there is not much of point difference if we talk about A1 Esports still after the two gameplay that didn't go well in the performance in the way they actually wanted. Two games, just the 10 points. But look at this point difference. There is not much of point difference. Just a good game. The way one team yesterday played, in which they got that 15 kill chicken dinner. If that comes to their way, I'm sure that after these end of these two matches for Group C and D, they will be climbing on that ladder of success. But some more teams will be joining the frame. Teams like Oxygen, ESV yesterday talked a lot about their rotation, where they were caught sometimes off guard, and they were penalized when they were making a late rotation. Root Dude was also a team that was looking aggressive. So I guess today they need to go aggressive, but it need to be countered with their passive gameplay also.
Absolutely. And talking about that aggressive passive gameplay, we do have to also mention, of course, Acid Defendant. I mean, as you just so perfectly mentioned, right? I mean, that team, they did showcase that they want to take fights, and they also are the ones who are resilient enough to understand that, all right, this fight is not ours. They'll move away and back out of those fights. But eventually, as you do so, you still need to be catering towards those points, because that is what is going to make your gameplay count. Eventually, you get those kills or not, you do still need to get those placement points, and that is how you'll move on forth into the overall standings. But hopefully, today will be the day where we shall see AcidDEFIANT bring that sort of a play. With that, we've got the screen taken over by the flight, and it is going to be moving on from the western side of Primorsk down towards the Milta Power, and this is how the day will start off. We've got Erangel going on for the first game, where Group C and D are going to be taken on against each other, moving on to Sanhok. But right now, what can we expect from so many of these teams? Along with that, as we talk about the drop locations, we've got Oxygen taking on that massive perfect turn of events for themselves, because this is exactly the rotation that we saw from them yesterday as well. They move on towards the western side of Quarry and then get themselves a vehicle and move exactly straight along northern side of that hospital area and get themselves acclimated. But which team is it going to be that will move on towards the military base today? Also, another thing to talk about is going to be the zone, the circle. Where do you
Exactly.
expect, Ankit, the circle to be?
So again, I have been saying the military base circle 3 times. I've said that, and the PUBG gods have denied my request. Maybe it can be accepted this time, but the same flight path that we saw in yesterday's Erangel's last match, and same sort of drop location. So I just want to see whether any team is going towards the area of shooting range, Georgia Pool, school, above that school area that is Rozak Yasnaya, because yesterday it was the same flight path and none of those areas were located. And yesterday we saw some of the early clashes between Mortem ES and A1 Esports at that position. So I can guess there is a lot of empty spaces, but still a lot of spaces are still vacant, and I guess IPG is still the team that is going towards the Novo Rupnoy, and sort of same circle that we witnessed in the yesterday's match. The only difference between yesterday's circle and today's circle for the last match is that there is a bit of a water portion in the circle, close to I guess 25 to 30% is what that the total zone occupies the water portion. So it becomes difficult now. Just imagine one hard shift towards the area of Yasnaya Polyana, and the team needs to rush at its peak, at its feet.
Absolutely, Ankit. Another thing to mention is going to be the fact that as we did just see Oxygen once again go on down towards
Yeah.
that western side of Quarry and then move north towards Hospital, that team needs to be able to get their rotation done right. Yesterday also they were caught off guard based on the rotation. Today, once again, the circle is not favoring them. So they better be able to get that homework done right and work in towards their favor. Along with which, talk about XBrothers. I mean, this team has been phenomenal. I mean, talk about the slow, low-key gameplay, being the snail in the lobby, yet being able to overcome so many of these teams perfectly to be able to get themselves into the top 10 is just beautiful. But today the conversation is how far along are they going to be able to create that lead for
I mean,
themselves?
yes, but look at this. Team 4M, Spidey goes down, and this very early contestation, I guess there might be some early skirmish or maybe a drop contestation where two teams might have come very close towards each other. They were not able to survive, and Spidey has gone. I'm just waiting whether the teammates are there in the same vicinity or not and can get the revival, but I guess no is the answer. Rude Dude is a team that is making a push onto them. They will get that kill secured and an early kill. What do you think, Lorda, will be in their pocket?
Well, again, when you talk about the team, right, T4M, I still remember the play that was made from them on that Miramar gameplay. That was just
Yeah.
phenomenal as they
Yeah.
got themselves acclimated to that height advantage and then worked on towards going on in and getting that massive lead in terms of the points. But sadly, today, as the day starts off, in the first few minutes itself, they've got one man down. So that's leaving them with a 3-man army. But then again, I mean, yesterday we saw them on Miramar. It was just a 2-man army that was able to just absolutely flatten the entire curve of the lobby itself altogether. So hopefully that will be their play and will work in their favor as we move on to the map itself. As was mentioned earlier, when it comes down to the circle, this is looking pretty good for so many of these teams, apart from
Yeah.
just a couple that are a bit far out, but that's okay because it's only 4 minutes into the game and they're going to be able to make that rotation for themselves. And right here we see T4M's loser, who is not looking too good, because talk about Rude Dude. I mean, yesterday also we saw some massive plays from them. Right now also they are creating those chances and working it in their favor. With that, loser goes down. There was no question about it. It was a 4v1 situation, and that has resulted in Rude Dudes getting into the lobby, aggressive start, and 2 defeats already, thus implying 2 points to this team.
Exactly the same way Rude Dude played yesterday, sharing the same thing today also, and with the same intention. Rude Dude is looking very strong. Maybe they are just going for all those skills, and in this early stage of the game, at the loss of 2 players, now it all comes down to Marcos and the player that is on a TV screen, how they strategize and how they make their gameplay. But I love the way the players from the sides of Rude Dude made a slam in. 2 players were already there. They were just not going on to that top floor of the house. They were just waiting for the reinforcement to come in. And once all the 4 players were there, they were ready to go and they just go. But look at this, the crosshair is aligned onto the players, and the moment they try to go away, they will be taken down. A good spray of DB28 coming in from this side. So pressure being built up from their side. And I guess he barely survived on that magical 1 HP.
Ouch, a silver of an HP right there left for him, but eventually, of course, he did have the support of his team, and thus implying that Rudu's are still going to be a 4-man strong army that will be going on and taking on the players of T4M. But T4M have different things in mind. It's a 2-man army that has now pushed on along, but sadly, it is Marcos who will be caught down and brought down to his knees and sent back into the lobby, thus leaving T4M with only one player surviving. This was a rude awakening right off the bat in the first 5 minutes for the side of T4M.
It was a make or break situation. In that situation, Team 4M did decide to make a push, did decide to make a slam in, but they didn't check all those angles. They were not ready for the shots that did come from their side, and they were taken down. And just imagine this very first half of the game, Team 4M, except for the Miramar match, the next Erangel that they played yesterday was not up to the mark. And today, being eliminated at this very early stage of the game without putting any contestation, this is gonna hurt their chance pretty much, because rest of the players now are gonna try hard. But look at this, the players are trying to make a rotation. Python, after looting around all those areas of Rozok and school around areas, they are trying to make a rotation, but from some another side, Oxygen may be also joining the same frame. And IPG, yesterday they dropped down to the same place of Novo Rip. Now if Root Dude has done their homework, they can also get some more kills. If they bridge camp the situation, IPG can be on a back foot.
Exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking about as well, Ankit, because again, Root Dude are in such a perfect position when it comes down to that bridge camp, but interestingly enough, they're not deciding to do so. They will move on into as the center of the zone altogether for itself, thus leaving IPG a clear indication that they can easily get into the circle, no question about it. But now, Oxygen, once again, we see this team being the one who are the late rotation makers for themselves, but will they be able to get themselves acclimated into the circle on time? That is going to be the question that we shall keep our eyes gauged out towards. But talking about the teams themselves, all the teams pretty much are in the zone, and so many of them are in the center of the zone, so we can certainly expect this to be an all-out war in the first 8 minutes itself. We've got 4 players who've been brought down, one team that has been completely annihilated, which is of course going to be the side of T4M. And now we move on towards A1 Esports. They are still close to shelter, exactly where their demise was yesterday, but today they have different things in their mind.
Yes, A1 Esports is the same drop location, the same rotation, and the circle is still the same. That means they have done all their homeworks and they won't be repeating the same mistake that they did yesterday. They were caught in that shelter region. They entered into the bunker, but they were not given the opportunity to make an exit. And today, I guess they might be having some extra plans, some plan B. And right now, they are in the visit tower, just trying to scout down the areas. Jack's on the screen with 6-9 into it, and the rest of the 2 players just trying to scout down all the region from different angle, and this is a good strategy. So A1 Esports just dropped down towards the same area, towards the left hand side of farm, and those 6 houses splits. And this is something that A1 Esports need to have there in the bag, because just imagine the circle, if it is going towards the area of Yasnaya or maybe towards that northeastern region, then it can be a situation where A1 Esports are not acclimatized to the place. But since it is closer, the circle is closing down towards their area, they have a definitely good chance. But look at this, brother, the circle not again letting that water area going away from their side. That means close to 40% of the total area is still under that water body, and rest 60% is on the land. And still we have 15 players. That means more and more commotion, more and more teams coming into that frame. IPG, meanwhile, it seems that they have crossed the bridge and some shots were being taken down, and the team Root Dude might be looking to take some kills if they try to camp in the next match of Erangel. And I'll have my eyes keen set upon them. I just go for that easy kills if you can get some.
Absolutely. Talking about 4 axes right here, they seem to have gotten lucky right here, because the airdrop was so close to their compound. They've got the best of the best loot that was possible. That was the first airdrop that was just handed over towards the side of 4 axes. And right here, we do see NRZ's players making rotation so very close, so very close to XBET. But eventually, they will be moving away from XBET eventually. And talking about XBET itself, they find themselves comfortably into the zone as well.
Yes. XBET does have a very good position for now, and the compound that they're trying to hold, that gives them an opportunity to take down the players if any players or any team is trying to make a rotation. And this is the case that we are seeing. But Wizard has been brought down to 20 HP. He just need to revive himself up. That means the team that are trying to make a rotation is being provided the proper cover fire. And in this situation, XBET just need to be very much careful not to let those helmet and vest getting damaged, because if it is fresh, it will really help them in fight, close range fight.
Absolutely, with that, we've got some elite shots being taken over from the side of XBET indeed, and he has Python in his crosshairs. They were able to get a little bit of damage dished out to the side of Python Esports, but eventually this will not be converted into a knock as of now. Talking about XBET once again, it is looking pretty phenomenal for their side because they have this perfect compound for themselves. They've got the information, they've got the crosshairs set up towards all the opponents that they can possibly find, and NRZ is also so very close to them. So now the conversation is going to be how exactly will they be making that rotation for themselves. But talking about oxygen, talking about rotation, they finally made themselves very comfortably entering the circle. They've got no contestation as of now, but the teams are so very much clustered into the center of the zone.
I mean, they are very much desperate to go into the dead smack center. Already 5-6 teams in that center, and I love the way they have peacefully till now settled themselves up in that small position, in that small area, just trying to counter the players out in another. But XBET still just trying to holding all those compounds and those 3 stories, and it's a beautiful split if we have to talk about this. All the 4 players trying to look out at different direction, and they have got they have got the ridge. Even if some players want to go out of the house and want to play through those ridges, this can be a possible situation. But already a lot of clusters being developed in the center of the circle, and if any teams now, if they come in this circle, in this radar, players will be taken down, because in that same proximity, in that same locality, a lot of teams are already positioned. That means if the circle comes down again with that central shift, teams that will be making a late rotation will be in a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. For now, we do find all the teams pretty much very comfortably into the zone itself. But let's see what sort of a shift will the circle be making. Talking about XBrothers, they were in the crosshairs right now. We just did see that XBET has their crosshairs set up towards the side. And talking about the circle has once again shifted on towards the eastern side, still keeping the water a little bit into the area. And that is where a lot of a cluster mess is what we're going to be noticing right here, because all the teams are now going to be pushing on down towards. But talk about the northern side. The northern side of this circle is absolutely clear and uncontested for the side of Unstoppable X to be able to chime in along and go against A1 Esports from the look of it.
I mean, yes, the way they are just trying to pan out the game, that is brilliant. But Circle again, from the start of the match, it seems that the Circle has not let that water body go away from them. So it becomes important to survive in the same situation where the landmass is already very less in number, but IPG coming into action, and they are punishing the players of AcidDEFIANT, as IPG, the team that got the chicken dinner from Group D in the last game of Erangel in yesterday, is also shining. That means they are having a very strong suit. Now it comes down to how AcidDEFIANT retaliates and replies to this onslaught coming from their side, but they have to be cautious because Mortem ES is also in the same proximity, and all these fights are happening in the city and in the area of Lipovka, where already 2-3 teams are alive. Rude Dude are looking damn pretty strong. They did eliminated some more players, and they are just not stopping. Maybe this can be a fight between IPG and Rude Dude, and I would love to see, because both the teams are on the aggressive stance, and teams with the same mindset, with the same mind frame, if they initiate the fight, I would really love to see how they go for it.
Absolutely. For now, we've got Mortem in our on our screens, and this team is also looking pretty comfortable with this warehouse in under their control and very close to the team of AcidDEFIANT. Now, AcidDEFIANT is something that we did talk about. This team, they need to get a few more points from these 2 games that they've got on their hands right now, and this is a play. This is the way that they're going to be able to make that play for themselves, because again, this team, AcidDEFIANT, is from group number C, and the only 2 games that they've got right now, they are not able to convert that into the point that they want. They've already lost 2 of their players. Only 2-man army is what we see AcidDEFIANT as. But sadly, will that be enough? Because talking about the utility itself, as we've got Botskull onto our screens, the utility is not looking good. I mean, you've got 15 minutes into the game and still not looking too good when it comes to the utility. Is not the way you want to be able to play this game.
Maybe they are just exhausted with all those utilities in the very first half of the game, and this is something that the IGL and the players need to think about it again and again. And also, they have not taken the fight, because if you take the fight, if you win it, if you get down all the players, the enemy players, you get to loot all those players. But so was not the case for them, and just because of that, they are already down with all those utilities. But for now, it seems that IPG, they are just not stopping after eliminating 4 players in this very early stage of the game. TRZ's Extreme is caught in that track, and yes, he has been spotted. Since he comes into close in a 1v1 fight, he takes him down, and he goes down, and IPG, one more kill. TRZ gets completely eliminated.
Annihilated indeed. What a perfect spray that was. Critical was in a critical situation indeed, but was not able to dish even a little bit of damage to the side of the player of IPG, and indeed that resulted in him losing his life. The one-man army is what he was, but not for long, because IPG chimed in along and got those 5 defeats for themselves. 5-point easily converted for this team. But as you move on towards the later half of this game, we've got 16 minutes in. We are looking at the 4th zone, 14 teams still alive, 53 players, and Mortem, they still have the hold of this warehouse that they find themselves in. But for how long? Along with that, when you talk about XBrothers, they are in a receiving end thanks to, of course, XBET, and XBET have been able to convert those into points for themselves, and XBrothers not looking too good. Seems like that 9th position is going to be taken away from them.
And also look at this AcidDEFIANT. I guess some players were eliminated in the early stage of the game. But now with just surviving with the help of 2 players, they are taking players down one by one. But unstoppable. They are also looking unstoppable, as they are just trying to eliminate the players of Mortem ES. And the players from the sides of Mortem ES, they were holding this storehouse for a very, very long time. And this was a thing that could have gone into the way, that should have gone into the way, but that was not the case. Rude Dude, with 4 men strong, 1 player, if that gets the revival, we can see into the action. But Dante with that many shots, now this gets closer and this gets crispier when A1 Esports comes into action. I just want those observing skills and those moments to get captured, because A1 Esports, whenever they play, they look absolutely strong, absolutely sturdy. But complete annihilation again coming in from the sides of Mortem. They have retaliated in a way that they just wanted to.
Absolutely, and Unstoppable not being the ones who were able to, well, again, they were the ones who pushed on along towards that compound of Morton, but eventually were not able to hold their ground for much longer, and eventually has been brought down towards a one-man army. Talking about Rude Dudes, well, Rude Dudes are looking pretty good. Rude Dude have all 4 members still alive, and as you move on towards Python, this team was at the receiving end, and now they find themselves in another fight, of course, against... Wow. Bad intentions, and this has not turned into the result that I'm sure that they anticipated, because they pushed on along towards the side of bad intentions, but it was a full-man strong army of bad intentions, and the intentions were absolutely clear. They just wanted to dominate and clear out this entire playing field for themselves, and thus resulting in the 3 defeats and 3 points that they've been able to convert from this push.
Exactly, but A1 Esports coming into the fight with those mini tap shots, with those mini sprays, and DP also coming into the action. He is looking pretty strong, but BIT, we just saw bad intentions. The perfect use of utility. Again, Stalker being the man in the farm, being the man of the savior for his team. Again, drawing that opening knock. So this is a thing that Stalker does at its best. Be it with the savior, be it with the healing part, be it with the reviving part, or be it with that making an opening for his team. He is that top-notch player from his team, and I'm really impressed with the way Stalker is playing from the sides of bad intentions.
Absolutely is. Another thing to talk about is going to be Oxygen, because again, Oxygen Esports, they seem to have lost already 2 of their players. They made that late rotation. They were able to be chiming in along into the zone itself, but eventually have not been able to convert it into a single point for themselves as of now. As we move on towards talking about points, Foraxis is another one to talk about, because Foraxis are trying to move on and get that fight for themselves. That is going to be against Bad Intention. We just saw how wonderful Bad Intention is when it comes down to the conversation, when it comes down to the synergy of this team's play. But right here, Sumna is the one who wants to take on the team of Bad Intentions, but will he be able to do so all by himself? When it comes to his team players, teammates itself, they do not want to be participating in this fight, because after all, Bad Intentions has left the compound and are probably going to be moving on down towards the center of the zone. As we talk about the zone has shifted once again towards the Lipovka region.
Exactly, and when it comes to Lipovka, Rude Dude has a very strong hold onto their side, but 1 player has been taken down. Fardeen from the backhand side takes 1 more down, takes 2 more down, an absolute stunner, that prone shot, that was magnificent, but Grenade, I guess, has done it for him, and two players needs the revival. Bad intentions were given the way, did create the path, and that was a disengagement for them side when four axes were looking very strong. They were trying to dominate themselves against the players of bad intentions, but bad intention didn't fall prey to them. But once they made an entry into the compound of Rude Dude, they were like, how can you enter the way? We are already there. We are not gonna allow you flourish in the same situation, in the same location, and that's what the reason that they have been taken. But look at this, in the same small city, is this gonna be an urban finish?
It seems certainly to be the case because we've got XBET right here who seem to be wanting to take on towards the fight of AcidDEFIANT, and AcidDEFIANT, as we did mention earlier, are just a two-man army. They've got that one kill confirmed for themselves, but that is all that they've got. Talking about XBET itself, XBET are looking pretty confident as they try and take on towards the side of AcidDEFIANT, but for now, they will be taking a retreat. They will be making a retreat for themselves. Move on towards 4 axes. 4 axes are looking make a little bit of points in this lobby because after all it's been 21 minutes into the game and they still do not have a single point for themselves.
Name, and they are looking to make up a mark, but 4axes not being deterred by anything that is put in front of them, and NRG Sports are being punished severely for their late rotation. They are on the left hand side. They are just trying to create that cover, that artificial cover that they create with the help of smoke. There is a big rock onto the same side, but still 4axes just trying to get more and more knock, as you just mentioned, but they have to be cautious because more and more teams will be coming into the same frame. But it seems that IST is also making a charge in onto the player of Mortem, and 2 players are already there. Can this get to a good situation? We have to still wait for that, but it seems that yes, Sparrow will be taken down. The player is already down on its HP. Some players are trying to make a maneuver with those health of vehicle, but DN Trump goes down again. A prone shot coming into action. 2 prone shot and 2 squads have been wiped out.
What a massive play that was. Again, I mean, you have to give credit when it's due because Mortem played it to perfection and brought down 2 of the players of course, Silent Cloud. But eventually, Silent Cloud was a 4-man army going up against the 2 players of Mortem that was not able to get themselves acclimated into that warehouse. They have been holding that site for quite some time, and along with that, we do have bad intentions taking a fall down to their knees, sadly, all to their own opinion, and thus being eliminated at 9th position. We've got 8 teams still remaining, 23 minutes into the game. Circle has been brought down to a 6th, and we still have 22 teams alive, or rather 22 players, my apologies.
Exactly, 22 players still alive, but I guess bad intentions, they were burst down by the explosion of vehicle because we just saw the last player being exploded, and all courtesy to the players from the sides of Axis. They did take him down, and there was a fall damage, and just because of that, we just saw them getting down. But A1 Esports, Dante come into action, and Rude Dude are being punished. Jax takes the kill, but Jax has been also punished. Flex with 1 grenade takes 2 down. A1 Esports already onto the back foot. Jax goes down, Dante goes down. Now everything rests on the soldier of 6-9 and Sinister. Can they do it? They just need to do it because after this, there will be only one game for them for today's play. 6-9 just trying to make an entry into the same compound, but Rude Dude are not being deterred by any challenge that is put in front of them. I guess there is a revival. If the revival gets at the time, that means Dante will be again on foot, and this can be a deadly situation. And if RD Rude Dude now allows A1 Esports to get all those 4 players with those 100 HPs, this can be a graveyard situation for them, to be very honest.
Absolutely. I mean, Rude Dude, we do see this team genuinely utilizing every single opportunity that they possibly can to be able to convert those into points. As of now, Rude Dudes are looking pretty comfortable, but they're only a 2-man strong army going up against the 4 players of A1 Esports. They were able to knock, but not being able to confirm a kill, thus implying that eventually A1 Esports have been able to get their players, absolutely back into the lobby and are a 4-man strong army as of now. Talking about the teams themselves, we've got 7 teams remaining, 24 minutes into this, and we have the 6th circle, thus bringing us down to such a small little area that all these 5 teams are surviving in. Rude Dudes are so much more clustered because eventually it is A1 Esports that is at the end, but will be able to bring them down, and thus implying that they've got a few more points for themselves, and now only 4 teams alive.
You give an inch to A1 Esports, they will make a mile. They were offered an inch, they did make a mile. And Rude Dude, I guess, why didn't they make a push when 2 players were already down and the 3rd player was giving a revival? That means there was only one active player that could have taken the fight, and that was that golden opportunity, I would say, for Rude Dude to make a push. But I still don't understand. Maybe they were just not knowing the exact position, the exact locality, and it was still anonymous. And I guess that was the only thing. But still, Rude Dude could have gone for those push. But still, look at this. The winner chicken dinner forecast is completely being dominated by the sides of A1 Esports. But on the southern side, one team has done that 2v3 situation where Silent Cloud has been completely eliminated and Axo have come up victorious. Now it is down to just 3 teams and 7 players, where A1 Esports have that maximum chance of getting and securing a chicken dinner in this very first game of day 2.
Absolutely, 3 teams alive. XBET not looking too good. They've got another knock for themselves. We've got 4 players coming in from the side of A1 Esports, going up against 1 player, of course, of IPG, and this is going to be an absolutely annihilating play. They do not know where the player is, but they have an idea, and that is all that the A1 Esports needs. I mean, we're talking about what you expect from A1 Esports. This is what you can expect from them. Give that opportunity to this team, and they will deliver you with the best and the most optimum result that is required for themselves as well as the fans. And with that, A1 Esports walking away with 25 points, moving away from that 3rd page of the leaderboard all the way into the top 8. Just perfect play. 10 kills, like I said, 25 points with 1850 damage dished out.
Just imagine how much a chicken dinner helps you, because at the end of the day you get that 15 point, but also you get those finishing knocks, finishing kills, and that adds up to you. Guess what? 10 kills straight away into the name and a damage of 1850. It was not easy for them because they were concentrating towards the area of Lipovka, where some teams were already present there. But the way Sinister, Jax and Dante, every player, they tried to dominate in the same position, in the same area, that was absolutely phenomenal. And the way A1 Esports just trying to dominate the lobby, I was ready for this because I was just waiting. The moment A1 Esports steps again in the same game of Erangel or Miramar or maybe Sanhok, they are just trying to dominate. And here they are, straight away a big jump and a big leap. And this is going to help them bolster their chances in that overall ranking.
Absolutely, they still have 5 more games remaining for the day, and this is the kind of play that they bring into the table. Well, we can genuinely expect this team to rise from the top 8 into the top 3 itself, no question about it. I mean, this was just phenomenal play. With that, we talk about the most valuable player coming in. It is going to be Axo from the side of XBET, of course, is the team, and we've got Frost taken on this perfect turnover wins with 6 kills, 747 damage dished out with 0 assists, so all to himself and by himself, and he was able to dominate into this lobby.
Exactly, XBET also having a very good outing in the last 2 games of yesterday's match. They were going strong, and it was an individual performance for the sides of Frost that did help them to get those good mark and total kill. A total of 6 kills is what he has been able to secure. A healing done is also pretty decent. That was 241. That means he was also on the receiving end, sort of. But we'll straight away head towards that top 4 players for this match, and Frost already making a mark for himself, and Rude Dude's player for these, they were looking absolutely stunning. They were in the area of Lipovka, and any team that was coming into that into that city, they were not being able to let and flourish until and unless it was A1 Esports joining the frame and annihilating them.
Absolutely, with the top 4 players on our screens, we do have 2 of them being from XBET itself, and IPG's Mufaz YT also chiming in along with 695 damage. Only 2 kills, but 695 damage. So he was the one who was genuinely assaulting the lobby and was able to convert those into some massive stats for himself. Move on to the match summary. Yeah. We've got Frost once again with the highest kill, 6 kills for him. Fardeen right there as well from Rude Dudes. Now, Rude Dudes, I think, is that one team that was kind of like those dark horses, you know. Rude Dudes is genuinely showcasing that they are here to dominate no matter who they're against. They took up a fight against A1 Esports as well, were almost able to bring A1 Esports down to their knees with only 2-man army. But eventually, of course, A1 Esports did chime in along and got those points working for them and have been able to get a chicken dinner. First chicken dinner on day number 2 is going to be for A1 Esports.
And yes, you need all these horses. You need all these players, and you need all these new teams, those young guns to join in the frame and give a challenge. Why not? Because at the end of the day, you are playing in the same match in the same lobby. If you strategize well, you have a lot of sample size to study the opponent team. And Rudu, they showed the intent, they showed the aggression, and just because of that, I'm impressed with the way and the lads that they have actually showcased the performance. 7 kills already into their name, and this is a very good sign for them. Still one match for them, and that will be Sanhok, and I'll be really rooting for them the way they will be playing in this match. But again, some teams that have missed the mark in this match, again, that will be XBET. I expected XBET to go a bit aggressive, a bit strategical gameplay that would have turned the things for themselves and as a team as a whole, but that didn't happen. Oxygen also again faltering down and perishing with just 0 points into the name, and also TRZ Extreme and Team 4AM. So team with no points scoring from this match.
Absolutely. With that, we move on towards the Oppo F19 Pro moments, and this is where it all started off. It was T4MX that was the one that was at the receiving end in the first few minutes of the game itself. And of course, we have to thank Blue Dudes for creating that massive opportunity. And this team, again, like we were just talking about, those dark horses, Blue Dude still has 5 more games remaining for the day, being from Group D. This team is unstoppable. Let's see what sort of a player they're going to be able to bring to the table. Move on towards this moment right here, where we did see this warehouse taken over from the side of Mortem for the longest time. In fact, I would say these two players held on to that like it was life and death situation, and they did so perfectly.
Indeed, and they did perfectly, but BID, Bad Intentions, also were taking the fight the way they were just trying to take, but Bad Intentions just had their numbers game on and they were taking them down. And the same position, A1 Esports did make a slam in after some while, and Rude Dude were just waiting and they were just ready. And I love the way Rude Dude have tried to play in this game, but Mortem, you just need to commend this team, because 4 players slamming in on your face and they are just trying to rush in. The adrenaline gushes through your body, but in still that situation, Mortem Esports did well because they took down 2 players at that time.
Absolutely did, and they held that warehouse strong for quite a long time. It was, of course, Silent Cloud. That was a 4-man army that chimed in along and got that warehouse for themselves. But with that, as we move on to the overall ranking, we've got 7C Esports still creating and maintaining that massive lead for themselves, but the other teams are getting close. They are genuinely getting close. I mean, we've got IPG right here with that one gameplay that we saw from them yesterday. They were able to move on along into the top 8, and now we see this team move into the top 3. Just beautiful turn of events. Same can be said, of course, for XBET.
Exactly, and just the 3 matches from the sides of Group C, and 2 teams already into the win. That means Group C and D have been dominating the lobby, and also we can see A1 Esports slowly and steadily climbing up the ladder. But look at that point difference, just a 12-point difference between 7C and IPG, and that can be countered, that can be trespassed once the last game for Group C and D will come into the frame. But moving on to the second half of the chart, a lot of teams have also joined in the frame. Rude also coming in, Team 4AMX, they were already there. XBrothers, they did get a fall because they were standing above at this position, but I guess once they come into the next game of Sanhok, they will be trying to make a move from their side.
Absolutely, we can keep our fingers crossed for the exact same sort of an opportunity to be rising for that side. But eventually, as you move on towards the 3rd and the 4th page of the leaderboard, we are looking at TRZ Extreme that has still not been able to create a mark for themselves. They've got 5 games remaining, being from Group D, so that's A-okay, but how exactly are they utilizing these opportunities? Because 3 games and they've only got that 1 point, sadly, based on the 1 kill that they were able to get. And that is something that they need to change. They genuinely do need to change in terms of their play, in terms of the gameplay that they bring in terms of the synergy that they're showcasing, because they are power fights. We are looking at them when it comes to the individual fights that we've got happening. But eventually, if TRZ Extreme is not able to capitalize on them, well, the games are running away from them, the points are running away from them, and slowly and steadily, as you move along from one day to the other, there needs to be a little bit of an effort showcased, which sadly is kind of lacking from TRZ Extreme's showcase.
I guess opportunity will also slip away from them if right now they don't put their feet on the pedestal and they don't cut short their all those the shortfalls and shortcomings that they have faced till now. So TRZ, just fingers crossed. I just want them to go rise above and shine.
Absolutely. With that, we go one game done for the day. We've still got 5 games remaining. But before we jump into the next one between Group C and D, we're going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. We are joined in along with, of course, Ankit. We've got 1 game done, 5 more games remaining. We're going to be jumping into Sanhok map right about now with Group C and D, and A1 Esports finally has delivered, Ankit.
A1 Esports joining the fray, man. What a leap it was from the third half of the
yes.
chart straight away onto that 8th position. And now they will be climbing on that ladder of success. From here, I guess A1 Esports, there will be no team to make a stoppage and they will not be able to try to put an impediment between them. But let's talk about the next game that will be happening in the map of Sanhok. In the last day, the only Sanhok that we did see that was in a place where boot camp was occupied by one team. But C&D still haven't played any Sanhok. That means the drop location is still anonymous. Do you expect any drop contestation?
Well, I'm certainly hoping and Fingers crossed that there should be one. Not only one, perhaps three, perhaps four, because that's what makes it interesting, right? When you jump into the map and we jump into the entire area of the boot camp, because every single time Paradise Resort, yes, everybody goes down there, but eventually it is the boot camp that has been a part of the contestation, been a part of the conversation for the longest time. But which team will it be that will decide to be a part of that contestation? We shall see. Right off the bat, once again, what I'm noticing when it comes to Oxygen, every single time, as soon as the flight path starts, Oxygen wants to just get over it. You know, they're like, all right, let's get rid of the seatbelts and just jump. It does not matter what their drop location is, because every single time what I've noticed is they kind of keep on changing it.
I mean, yeah, they just don't want to fly and fly and fly. They just want their feet to land on the ground as soon as they get that opportunity. But Camp Charlie is the area, I guess. Maybe two teams are trying to head towards the same area, but XBET already occupying the area of boot camp and that compound around it. Painan is still empty, so I'm a bit surprised because Painan City, where most of the team, most of the player likes to go there. But look at this call. I guess Rude Dude will be giving a challenge, possessing a challenge to the players of Silent Cloud. But Rodro, I can see the player, I guess they have noticed that the parachutes, and just because of that, we might see some clash. But let's head towards one side, one area of Sanhok where NRZ are up against to the players of Bad Intentions. Stogger in your frame, Counter on your frame, and four players are in a very good split area. And on the back end side, NRZ are trying to be pinned down. Winter already holding that SMG. So SMG meta, we have seen this in the past, but still now in this national championship, in the 7 game that I have watched, SMG meta, can this be a moment where SMG guns can be used in the game of Sanhok?
Well, absolutely could be the case, because right now it is really too very early. We're only 2 minutes into the game. We're already looking at a contestation that is, of course, happening right here at the bootcamp region, and it is NRZ going and trying rather against Bad Intentions, and Bad Intentions have themselves set up. Their crosshairs are all set. They need to have a flank angle set up though, because they're all clustered into a small little area, and that is not good. But based on NRZ's approach, I'm liking it that much more better, because they do have a fanned out approach from the side of Leviathan towards the side of Sezen or Bad Boy. They've created a perfect V-shape flank that is required when you push on along, and this is now resulting in Bad Intentions being pushed into the corner.
Exactly. Look at the position of Leviathan. Any player, if that come goes towards the left-hand side of him, Bad Intentions players will be taking down 2 players in that mid-compound and 1 player on the right-hand side. So the players in the center are being given the shield from left and right-hand side. If any player from the sides of Bad Intentions tries to make a flank, so I guess Bad Intentions are in not a good position. They will be taken down as Winter has been given the first knock of this match, and Grenade is being popped out from this. But running in the open can be a bad decision, as some shots were being taken down, and I guess they are trying to pencil the player down one by one. Stalker has received a mammoth amount of shot, and look at this. He has already prone down just in a moment, just in a way, just wanting the players to come from the same position and to surprise them. Can this be a position? But still, the players are being given the revival. NRZ making a push with all the 4 players. Bad Intentions are looking not pretty damn good.
No, they are not. They do not have the intentions right set up this time around. And Winter once again goes down it as NRZ's approach. And NRZ are in a bit of a contestation of themselves. They've got 2-man army is what they've got, because, of course, 2 players have been brought down to their knees. And NRZ still looking pretty good, because Bad Intentions are now going to be able to phenomenally convert this fight. Even though they were not looking good when it came down to the initial part of it, eventually it is going to be Bad Intentions that seems to be able to control this fight into their favor. But will NRZ's final player be able to hold on to the push? It is not looking too easy. He is moving on along from TBS to, of course, Tommy, but eventually will that be enough?
DBS in its hand. Can this be a 1-1 situation? But right now he is holding that SMG, the Thompson in his hand. He just needs to switch that DBS. Counter is giving a good counter. This is a 1v1 situation. Now Leviathan has come down to the ground floor to let all those kills secured in his number. In just case if he gets finished, he can get all those 3 kills. But still the fight is on. This is still a 1v1 situation. And mind you, any player, not a single player from any side, has been given the revival. Eventually Winter will bleed off. But look at this, Leviathan. 1 player has gone towards the players of Counter. That means info has been given from this side. Counter comes in, he takes him down, but no, Leviathan making up to the expectation, living up to his expectation. Eventually, this is a win-win situation for themselves. But in this fight, they have won. They have won, but two players have been lost from their side.
They most certainly have been lost into the lobby, into the abyss, but indeed they were able to walk away with those 4 kills for themselves, and Bad Intentions being the first team to be sent back into the lobby. Talking about the contestation right here, we've got the circle on our screens and looking pretty comfortable for all of these teams for the moment, but we shall see how exactly does it pan out. As of now, we are looking at well, a lot of these teams that have contested their own areas. But look on down towards Camp Charlie, down towards the south area of the circle. We've got NRZ as well, so close to Oxygen Esports. Now, Oxygen Esports as well as NRZ is the next contestation that we could probably see, because the only way out of Camp Charlie is going to be either you swim or you use that bridge. Either ways, you are going to be basically you're going to be giving away information towards the other team.
Beautifully explained with the way a team can strategize, and if they try to strategize, what infos can be revealed. So these are things that teams need to look up in their mind. But I guess there must be some plan A, plan B, and plan C for all those IGLs. But for now, the plan can be to get hold of that airdrop that lets you have that MK14 in your hand. But coming again to this conversation where NRZ, they didn't have a good outing in the last 3 matches that they did play. But right now they have eliminated a big team, Bad Intentions, that was in a good position in the overall ranking. I guess this will be helping to bolster their confidence. But Oxygen, yes, I guess they are in the same proximity, because a moment back we just saw they are slithering away like a snake. NRZ Esports doesn't have any info. The players are jumping here and there, but they have no info, because Oxygen, yes, they are still far away to give any info of the sound steps, of the sound cues that they can give. But NRZ Esports can be surprised at any moment, and this will be a heartbreak situation.
Well, interesting turn of events right there coming in from the side of Caesar, as Oxygen Esports did have the information but decided not to retaliate. They have no idea if the team player that they're looking at from NRT is the one-man army, or if they've got the entire team. Well, finally, we do see Ignite jumping into the action, taking away that kill, and NRZ is left with only Leviathan, who is the one-man strong army for the side of this team. But will he be able to make a run away from this contestation? Because after all, 1 against 4 is certainly not a fair fight, but it is going to be one of those moments where he also, of course, does not have a lot of information. He's got 3 kills for his team. He's got a pretty good looking setup, level 3 vest and helmet. So he's going to be able to just get away from that fight for the moment and bring his team away and get some placement points along with the kills.
I love the way you tag Libitam as one-man army. He definitely is that one-man army, because in that situation, he did secure 3 kills. And if in a situation like that, if he just got those 3 kills in that precarious moment where adrenals were rushing in and players needed to take those quick decisions, he can also take any player at any moment down. But it seems that he has flown away from the situation, and disengagement was the only thing, a very good decision coming in from their side, and he will be going to make a rotation. But look at the same Esports. They are now looking strong, pretty smoothened with their approach, just not letting any sound cue go away from them. They have spotted the player. They already have spotted the player, but still, those trigger disciplines are just reflecting the mature gameplay from their side. Because in the last match, they did secure a good kill chicken dinner. In this match, they just want to continue their momentum and not let anything come in between them and the chicken dinner.
Absolutely, because of course they do have the information based on the fact that they were placing their crosshairs against the side of T4M. But eventually, as you so perfectly mentioned, it is going to be the trigger discipline that is going to be taken on to this fight, and they will be able to just get a little bit more information before they end up deciding to retaliate. But as they do so, 4Access is actually moving very close towards the placement of A1 Esports on the map, and that is something that could very well put A1 Esports in a bit of a contestation. But of course, A1 Esports' fanned out approach to the entire hill is going to be comfortable, but we shall see if that pans out into a fight or not. As of now, talking about the circle itself, we do see a few teams getting in late, but they will be able to make that rotation for themselves, and that is not going to be contested, because IPG, as we can see coming in from south of Painan, are looking pretty comfortable. But as they move on into the zone, we've got Oxygen hopefully waiting for them right at that moment.
An interesting sort of location and rotation coming in from the sides of IPG, because generally you don't get to see vehicles being used in the game of Sanhok. But right now they are just trying to make an entry, and once they go in from the sides of Camp Charlie, they might face some impediments, they might face some challenge, because Oxygen ES is already there in the same vicinity. But for now, A1 Esports, a moment back, we were talking about the trigger discipline, but for now, it's in the Team 4AM can face the brunt of the situation, because we know Sinister's aim is so precise, is so perfect, and adding more to it, he is prone down, so it can be a losing guide into spray, and the Team 4M players can get back. A smoke was deployed just in case if the player don't take all those shots coming in from the sides of A1 Esports. But with this, A1 Esports have given a lot of sound cues, not only to 4AM, but also to some other teams that can join in the frame, because in the game of Sanhok, we know how fast the map reacts, we know how fast the zone comes in, and according to that, players and teams do make a rotation. So A1 Esports need to be very much cautious, because they are completely in the open.
They most certainly are. And of course, as you so perfectly mentioned, Ankit, they have given away a little bit of that information based on the sound cues. But eventually, we shall have to see if 4 Access, being so very close to this position of A1 Esports, will they be wanting to retaliate or not, along with which we've got the airdrop on our screens. MK14 being the one that will be given away to the team that is lucky enough to, well, not even lucky, I should say, brave enough to go on and take that on for themselves. Talking about Sinister, he is just so very solidly placing his crosshair towards the side of T4M. It is not looking too good for T4M, and eventually Jax does bring in along a little bit of that flank angle, and T4M are at the receiving end. A knock has been given to them. A kill has not been confirmed yet, but if the entirety of A1 Esports have their crosshairs set up towards this team, it is not looking too good for the side of T4M. But again, I ask the question, where is 4 Access on the map for now?
Maybe they might have just hold themselves up, because the way, with the speed that they were trying to make and come in, they could have sooner or later have joined the frame where A1 Esports were there. And as just mentioned, we can see from that minimap, 4 Access is still away from them. That means maybe 200 and 300 meters is the total distance. But with this hard shift, I would say, because that has completely gone towards the western side, that is completely vacant. Players have come in, but this will be certainly favoring Oxygen. That has again and again impressed us, I would say, maybe this time with those late rotation, because now they can have a control, now they can gatekeep the situation for IPG if they don't get with some other alternatives if it comes to the rotation.
Absolutely, that could be the case that we can expect from the side of Oxygen Esports, but having retaliated, they've given away the information, and IPG, having waited so very long, finally being able to dish a little bit of that damage to the side of Oxygen Esports, but move on to the conversation of TRZ, a team that was at the receiving end and has not been able to get a lot of points for themselves, are once again at the receiving end, are being sent back into the lobby with 0 kills, sadly, 0 points, and ouch.
Getting interesting for TRZ Extreme again and again and again and again and again for multiple times. TRZ just need to find some, but the way they just trying to dominate the lobby, it is not this time TRZ Extreme, because it is the realizing the fact that there is some fight coming into the action, and this was the right moment to third party the situation. But Rude Dude, one player has fallen down. Axo Psycho has been finished, Wizard has been finished, and the complete team domination. Rude Dude, man, oh man. You talk about the
Wow.
fights, you talk about the third party situation. Rude Dude ticks all those boxes so perfectly.
Wow, talk about third parties right here. We've got Mortem as well as XBET being the third party right here towards the side of A1 Esports. A1 Esports have already lost Sinister and Dante, only 2 players alive. 6ix9ine Boy was able to get that perfect Molotov into that compound, but for how long? Because XBET, they have lost one of their players. Will they be able to retaliate towards this push coming in from the side of 6ix9ine Boy, or will they move on and rush along? Right now, we do see Revival coming in, but not in for too much, because eventually XBET have lost their players as well. Sadly, only one man strong army is what XBET are left with, and 6ix9ine Boy, just a perfect play coming in from that lad.
But Jax eventually falls down, and he needs a revival in this case. But 6ix9ine doesn't know that the player has fallen off, and Venom is just running in for his life. We just need to get those placement point busts. But look at this, one more team getting their crosshair line, and just go for it. Mortem ES, if you are hearing us, if you are listening us, just trust your instincts and go for it. This can be a perfect situation where you can get 2 more kills, because A1 Esports are just down with 2 men.
They most certainly are. Mortem was able to get that third party situation against the side of A1 Esports as A1 Esports tried to rush it along into the open to get themselves into the circle itself. As we did see, Circle did make a massive shift, but they did get themselves into the zone. And right now, as we can clearly see when it comes to the map, A1 Esports are pretty much close to the center of the zone. They've got the compound working in for themselves. XBET Venom is the only one surviving for his team. But eventually, as you talk about teams that are outside the zone, we do have IPG at the edge. Right next to them is going to be NRZ as well as, of course, Silent Cloud. And that southern cluster can be a little difficult. But the team that can very well get away with points is, of course, going to be none other than AcidDEFIANT.
Exactly. AcidDEFIANT can have a very good outing in this match, and they are still 4 men strong. They know the locality. They are in the same position. But look at this. The circle has gone again towards where Oxygen AS were very close to the zone. So zone favoring Oxygen AS to its top most. Now just Oxygen AS needs to find themselves in a position where they will be holding the edge, maybe a compound, and just trying to take the fight. But head towards another fight where Team 4M is taking the fight against Unstoppable. Some players have been punished in the open, and this time it is Marcos that has fallen down. One player has been eliminated from the sides of Unstoppable, and all these fights are happening on the southwestern side. And they just after this, they also need to go into the zone, and that is going to be a daunting task for them, because some teams are already in the zone waiting for the players to come into the zone. But this is not the way you can move in the zone. Spidey has been taken down. Loser is doing the same mistake that Spidey did, and he can be punished, and eventually has been punished.
Oh, yes, he has. Where's the conversation gone, T4M? I mean, honestly, what is going on right here? You trying to cross the road, you better be able to look onto the left as well as the right. And right here, they forgot to do so. And again, when it comes to left and right, does not really matter, because right in front of them was Unstoppable X. And Unstoppable X was able to easily bring down two players for the side of T4M. And now the conversation is, will T4M try to retaliate to that, or will they make a different rotation towards the back angle and get themselves out of that tricky situation that they find themselves in?
Team 4X is holding their back, but Claw has spotted on the player that Team 4M is trying to disengage with the fight, and realizing the same fact that we just talked about it, that 200 meter is what they have to go into the zone, and Circle has already made that drift shift. That means will be unbeatable once they go in. But 4Axis players have aligned their crosshair onto the players of Unstoppable, but Team 4M is still in those compounds. They have lost the two players, and I guess they just need to go into zone, because they are not looking good for now. They just have the one first hit, and the player will fall down one by one. And I was pushing for these players. Bamboo just has that one first hit, and 200 meter. This is going to be a Herculean effort if they have to go into the zone. But one thing that they have done brilliantly well, that they have secured some kills in form of some points in form of kills from the sides of 4Axis, and 4Axis has got some situation where they just need to go for those placement points. On the other hand, AcidDEFIANT is also facing the brunt of IPG's Molotovs.
They most certainly are, sadly enough, because of course AcidDEFIANT is a team that we've been talking about when it comes to the points. They need so many of those points, but sadly are not being able to retaliate the way we wanted them to, and are at the receiving end thanks to IPG. And IPG is a team that has, of course, been just phenomenal in terms of their play. They are on the second place of the leaderboard just based on the games that they've showcased, and just the synergy that this team is bringing along. They've got one player down, that's going to be Fader, but still a three-man army strong. This team has just gotten point after point after point, looking pretty comfortable with 5 defeats as of now. T4M, as you were mentioning, kind of far away from that circle, and that circle is getting too far away from them that it's not looking good for T4M, but they still do have those 4 points working for them, so that's going to be a-okay. Talking about Silent Cloud, they were at the receiving end, but finally were able to get a little bit of those kills confirmed for them, and now will be able to hopefully get themselves into the zone, because they do really need to.
They really indeed need to go into the zone, but AcidDEFIANT, does the player from IPG know that some players are already in those bushes, in those grasses, already laid down, that once that players from IPG comes out in the open, they will be taken down. And the way IPG Sincere is moving, I guess he has the slightest of the idea, but Faison was taking the most situation. But just look at your back. Sincere doesn't look at its back, and he has been shown the lobby. Now Mahfouz know where exact the location of AcidDEFIANT Shockwave is, and he will be taken down, an easy peasy kill. But in that situation, IPG has lost one more player, and now they have to go into the zone. But I would like to bring one thing to the table. Blotter, because we just saw the circle shift and the circle just gone into the lap of Team Leopard, and this is the situation maybe where they can Python. I sorry for that. The Python, and this is a situation where Python can really shine, and they just need all these points. And we have seen how a chicken dinner, maybe a 7 kill chicken dinner or 8 kill chicken dinner, helps shoot up your number and your chances in the overall points.
Absolutely does, mate. No two ways about it. But also, I'm keeping my eyes open towards the side of course, Oxygen Esports as well, because Oxygen find themselves in a very interesting position when it comes to the circle itself. And right now, they are trying to kind of gatekeep as the circle moves on away from them a little bit. They still do have that position. And as you were mentioning, Python did have that compound Falcon for them, but sadly the circle does not like that. They want the teams to be out in the open. Aeon Esports is still part of the game. IPG's player, which is going to be Samir, who's going to be so far away. 7 teams alive, 16 players in the lobby as of now, as we've got only 20 minutes in. This is looking like a rude awakening for so many of these teams.
And yes, indeed, it is a rude awakening for all these teams. But Oxygen, yes, 4 players are alive, holding on to the edge. They have got the 1 kill, but straight off the matches, straight off that the match when it started, Oxygen, yes, had managed to take themselves away from the fight. So not much of engagement has come their way. So now is the time that they just need to fight, because there is no two way about it, and they just now need to be aggressive, because if at this stance, at this time, if they go passive, player will try to dominate them, and this is the last thing that they would really try to hope, because IPG, they are out of the zone, and Oxygen has everything. They have the zone, they have the edge, they have the high ground advantage, and importantly, they have the number. But in also that same situation, one player has been knocked down, and Goblin, this is looking tricky for him, because the zone will be coming in, and the 6th zone out in the blues, he will soon get bleed off. But Jacks have been finished off. That means Python, they can rule out this area they want to.
They most certainly can, and they certainly are doing so. Morton's on Trump is the one who's slowly and steadily moving on along to try and get a little bit more of compensation against the side of course, Python, and was sadly taken down thanks to, of course, Petzl and his hearing aid right there. That was working in his favor and was able to get that information and was able to retaliate so comfortably. But right now, Python find themselves at the edge of that, and Oxygen so perfectly getting themselves into the zone. This, well, like I said, once again, could be their game. They've got all 4 members alive. They've got the information. They've got the advantage, but will they be able to deliver is the conversation that we shall have to see. Along with which, when you talk about, of course, Silent Cloud, Arrow is the one who's Sparrow, my apologies, is the one who's remaining all by himself and given away that information based on the smoke that he just gave out. Is going to be a little tricky. Will Oxygen retaliate, or will it, of course, be Python? Because either ways, Sparrow is being marked.
Indeed, he is being marked, because Sparrow is just trying to hide himself with the help of all the smoke that he's trying to create. But Python also 3 men strong, coming in from the northeastern side. They can face a challenge, but Oxygen, they are just not letting things go away. And I was impressed with the way the Goblin that was given the revival. That means they are playing strategically well, and as a team as a whole, they just don't want to let any player go away from their hand and slip away. But Sparrow, can he take him down? But no is the answer. Python takes 1 more kill, 4 kills already onto the name, and now it is down to 8 players, where 4 players from the sides of Oxygen, yes, are still surviving. This is a chance that Oxygen, yes, just need to capitalize onto, because it is so very less chance. It doesn't go in your way every time when the zone comes in your lap again and again. So this is a time that Oxygen needs to get into the way, but it seems that they are facing the brunt of A1 Esports 6-9.
Wow, just one-man army. 6ix9ine boy was able to deliver quite some interesting knocks. He was able to bring down the side of course, Oxygen Esports' players, and was able to confirm those kills for himself. We've only got 2 teams remaining now, and indeed, as you were mentioning, Python, a 3-man strong army, is now going to be able to utilize that opportunity created thanks to 6ix9ine boy from Aeon Esports, is finally will be able to get that knock confirmed and that kill confirmed for himself as well. That has now also delivered into a knock for Python, now resulting in, well, a situation that is not looking too good, because it is going to be a 2v1 situation, and Oxygen's Goblin is the only one who's surviving, but not for long, because after all, when it comes to the flank angle, we do know that Python's player are right there, and they do take away that massive turnover win for themselves. A chicken dinner coming in for this team, for first chicken dinner for Python, but beautifully played, I would say.
Indeed, Python coming in from that northern side, that was not easy. Zone was going again and again away from their side, but the way they held the zone, it was a time where they were in the dead smack center of the zone. But then again, there was a harsh shift that went away completely from them. But look at this, 8 kills in a map of Sanhok, that is not easy, and a damage of 907. That means all in all a good strategic gameplay from their side. And also, I would like to bring to the fact that most valuable player from this match was the IPG's Mahfouz YT with 3 kills. And look at that, a 4-digit damage, 1067. That's a big number.
That is certainly a big number indeed. Along with the 3 assists, this dude was just annihilating whatever came across his crosshairs and was able to, of course, dominate against that. But again, I mean, it is to beat Python. Yes, you did get that chicken dinner, but you better thank 6ix9ine Boy. You know, because 6ix9ine Boy, had he not dished out that damage towards the side of Oxygen Esports' players, I believe it could have been an Oxygen game. But eventually, it was Python that did utilize that opportunity, and it was 6ix9ine Boy that did deliver quite some interesting knocks, and therefore resulting in him being the top 4 players. The second one is, of course, going to be A1 Esports' 6ix9ine Boy with 3 kills, 838 damage. And talk about Mahfouz, as you were just mentioning, 1067 damage dished out with 3 kills and 3 assists. That dude was just so dominating the entire round.
Indeed, he was dominating. Also, iHigh from the sides of Python with 4 kills and 477 damage, also coming into the same frame and calibrating with the players, and that is a good thing coming in. If in this last match for the day for this group that went this way, I mean, they will be pretty happy, and this will be a good end for them for today, because when another day comes, they will be again play again. But match summary for the day for this match, P-wise, iHigh with that 4 kills, and AcidDEFIANT Shockwave with that longest 221 meter longest kill, but average damage again IPG Mahfouz coming into the frame, and Furdeen, he really did well with those most utility kills. That was 10 from his side.
Absolutely was. And with that, as you move on to is the match ranking for day number 2's game 2, we are looking at Python, of course, that was able to get away that walk away with that chicken dinner, 23 points to this team. And second is going to be A1 Esports' massive play with 6ix9ine Boy, and thus resulting in them walking away with 16 total points, 10 placement points, thanks to, of course, 6ix9ine Boy's play. Oxygen Esports being the third one with 16 points, exactly same, but it is, of course, the kill that differentiates A1 Esports' play compared to Oxygen.
Exactly, that did differentiate. But what I can see from this match ranking again is that IPG in this match, they were just able to secure 4 total placement points but 6 kills. That means in a match, if they are not able to secure a good number of placement points, they are able to secure good kill points and an average of 10 points. So a consistent performance again coming in from the sides of IPG, and they have impressed me a lot from all these 3-4 matches that they have played. But let's head towards the Oppo F19 Pro Moments Blotter, and these brings us afresh the Camp Charlie fight, and this was the way it couldn't have been better started things off.
Absolutely. I mean, Bad Intentions sadly were not able to, make that marker work for themselves. There was a 1v1 situation that eventually resulted in NRZ walking away, but not for long, because Oxygen Esports was right there, and they did chime it along and get the better half of that fight as we moved along towards this moment right here where TRZ, now this is a team that sadly once again was not able to deliver the kind of performance that we expect from them, and also walk away with 0 points. That is just extreme. That is extreme on the side of TRZ, but hopefully things will change as we move along.
But indeed, that was extreme from this side, but XBET was just not ready for that close push, that instant slamming that came in from the sides of Rude Dude, and they were eliminated. Rude Dude, we have seen them playing beat with the map of Erangel, Sanhok or Miramar. Things don't go different. They take the fight in their own way, and once they realize they are going in, the best part for them is that all 3-4 players that are alive go in together in tandem.
They always do. So very true. IPG also played a really good game right here, where they did, as you said, walk away with those 6 kills. So that was looking pretty good, but sadly were stopped in their tracks. But as we move on towards this final few moments, it was 6ix9ine Boy again and again. That was just so very crucial for the perfect chicken dinner in favor of course, Python. But eventually, had that not been the case, I do want to think that Oxygen could have been the team that could maybe have walked away with that chicken dinner. But nevertheless, never mind that, because as we move on along to the overall ranking, 7C Esports, boy oh boy, I mean, what sort of a play did they make yesterday? Because they still are the ones who are leading. They're not going to be playing any games anymore, rather, but what a perfect turn of events for this team. And after having played 4 games, all of the groups, this is what the result is, where 7Cs is leading the chart with 73 points. IPG is on second position.
I mean, indeed, 7C Esports today will not be having any match, but still they are on the top. That's the question. That's the biggest thing for themselves. And Group D will be having the rest of the matches for themselves again and again. So all the teams that are in that Group D will be having a good chance to trespass. Will they be able to trespass 7C Esports? That's still a question because they have set a standard. They have set that threshold. Because IPG, I have seen them in all the 4 matches very keenly, very closely. Those consistent performance is not again enough to trespass 7C Esports. So the way 7C Esports players and as a team as a whole has played in this 4 match, this is impeccable and meticulously planned way in which 7C Esports have played, and that is not easy for all the teams to let that point go away. But some other teams are also looking good. Root Dude with that 1 placement point jump, I guess from 16 to 15, they are also looking good. G69 official, they will be coming to the frame when they have the match. But Python, I guess 1 chicken dinner could have been converted into 2 if that mediocre gameplay could have been converted into an impeccable one, because it is not always that the zone comes in your lap, that the zone comes in your neighbor again and again. And right from the start of the match, I expected really that Python to go again and again.
Well, they certainly did do so perfectly. And right here, as we move on to the 3rd page, hopefully, of the leaderboard, right, we will see what sort of a play have these teams been able to make. I mean, we did see Bothan Pajamas get that chicken dinner yesterday. XBrothers got that perfect chicken dinner on that Miramar yesterday. But for how long are they going to be able to maintain that position on that 2nd page? As we move on to the 3rd page, we do have Oxygen Esports right here making a massive turnover wins for themselves. PX Esports were not part of that 3rd game yesterday, thus resulting in them not, or rather 4th game I believe it was yesterday, that they were not part of. But eventually that resulted in them only having played 3 games, but eventually they find themselves on the 18th spot. So that's still going to be a-okay contesting against Oxygen Esports' 24 points.
And yes, I guess a lot of teams joining in the frame, and DoD Esports, more team, yes. So not a lot of change in this 20 till 24, but from 25 to 31. These teams really need to work on their strategies once they have their games back in the map. For example, BhaiBrother, BFS Esports. BhaiBrother at the start of the day, in that initial day of the national championship on day 1, they did look pretty strong, and eventually they have the most number of kills, 7 kills. That means they have taken those fights in their way, but somewhere down the line they have faltered down, they have perished down if we have to talk about those kill conversion rate and those placement points. Because at the end of the day, placement points will help you, but it is not always easy to get those placement points. You will fall down, you will fall prey down to them, as we just saw bad intentions did got in that Camp Charlie Island.
Absolutely, Ankit. Again, when you talk about those placement points or those kill points, it is TRZ Extreme that I am sad about, because they've played 4 games and have only been able to get that 1 point based on the 1 kill that they were able to get yesterday. So again, hoping that they're able to, if nothing else, just create a snail-paced performance, right? Do not engage into fights. Just create those placement points, as Ankit was just mentioning, because eventually that will still matter,
just
as
imagine,
we move on along.
Exactly. Sorry to interrupt you, because Oxygen, we just saw them because they were not taking the fight 4 to 5th zone. They were playing the edges and they did secure that placement point. So if you're not able to get those placement points at the start of the match, all you can do is just make the late rotation. But Oxygen Esports were lucky, I guess, in this match to get again and again zone, because the same strategies when they were playing in the last day of Erangel and Miramar, they were punished. So you can just hope with those PUBG gods and those randomness to get in your lap. And once it happens, Extreme NRZ Extreme can also shoot up the numbers.
Well. With that, we've got C and D group chiming in along with the 2 games that they were supposed to play. Now we're going to go on a very, very short break. We've still got 4 games remaining. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to Pubg Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F9 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Joining us is going to be Ankit. We've got 2 games done between Group C and D, and now for the remaining 4 games, we are going to be moving on to Group A and D. That is where, of course, from Group D, A1 Esports is chiming in along, but from
Yeah.
Group A, a complete different set of teams are going to be chiming in for the next 4 games. Ankit.
Yes, bots in pajamas. I will really have a very keen eye and a very close eye towards the gameplay that they will showcase when they come into the play. Because in yesterday's game, they were looking strong, but still not being able to get all those kills, all those placement points, in that enough for them to get in the first half or the second half of the chart. But once they come in today, the way A1 Esports has started dominating the lobby, I guess this will be a very close contestation, because also teams like SLX and TREX will be joining the lobby. So some more teams, because till now A and D hasn't played closely and together. So that means we may expect some drop clashes and drop contestation.
Absolutely can, because after all, I mean, you've got. So you spoke about the best of the best teams, right? You spoke about A1 Esports, Bottom Pajamas. I'm going to now talk about the other half of the team, so to say, from the groups A and D, of course, because they've got Team Sangai, who is a team
Yeah.
joining us from group number A, and on the other tangent, we've got TRZ Extreme from group number D. Now, both these teams have not been able to create a marker for themselves. They've got 4 games on their hands today, and hopefully they will be able to do so, especially for TRZ Extreme, because as we did just mention, this team has just they've played 4 games but has only been able to walk away with that 1 kill point, and that 1 point is all they have. So
Absolutely.
maybe and hopefully they'll be able to create that marker this time around as we move on to the known map of Erangel this time around between these two groups.
This is a great leveler or great settler, I would say, because these are the map that most players, most of the teams play in the most frequent times, most frequent ways, and this can be a change of event for them. This can be a comeback. This can be staged comeback for them, I would say, because this is the time, if they don't put their best feet forward from now onwards, it can start getting difficult, because no one wants to be on the last half of the chart, because at the end of the day, the top 24 after the end of all the matches for all these groups will be aggressing for the next round. So make sure you're in the top 24.
Exactly, you better be. And for that, again, now let's talk about a team, for example, DoD. Now, the chart has been absolutely phenomenal when it came down to their support for DoD, but sadly, DoD has not been able to showcase that sort of a gameplay as of now. But again, that was just day number 1. That
Yeah.
is all the stat that we've got based on their play. But today, being day number 2, after all the homework that they've done and showcased, hopefully this is when they will change that gameplay altogether for themselves. Now, another few teams to talk about is, of course, going to be, well, PX Esports. Now, PX Esports, we find them in a very interesting situation yesterday so many times, but sadly, when it came down to the aggressive stance that they were supposed to take, very randomly and
Yeah.
seldomly would they do so. So hopefully today they would have changed that and addressed that problem for themselves, because had they been that aggressive yesterday, I think it would have been working out for them better when it came down to the overall ranking and the points that they've been able to collect thus far.
Indeed, that could have been the case, but sadly, it was not in that case. But that was another day. Today is a fresh day, fresh new start for all these groups, and for A and D once they come into the action, because still 4 action left for the day. Just 2 action that we have seen so far for the day, where different groups were playing. But now, with the time when A and D has a maximum chance, one thing that Group D will be looking at, that straight away, straight on the bat, they will be going for all the 6 matches for the day. So it can be a tricky situation that can exhaust your energy. But once, if one team is in momentum, that would love to play all the 6 matches on a trot.
Absolutely. With that, we've got a Erangel map on our screens. The flight has taken off, and we've got the flight path where it is moving away from Zarki, going on down towards the eastern side and directly towards on top of Lipovka. So again, when it comes down to the teams and their play, this is going to be very, very difficult for the likes of course, IPG. That is one team that we've seen who loves to go down towards no reply. That's going to be too far away for them. So let's see what sort of a gameplay can we expect from them, based on the drop location not being that much that easy for them to be able to go to.
Yeah.
But along with that, right off the bat, we do see IPG have already dropped, and they are probably going to be moving on down towards the Georgia area.
Exactly. They are going towards, indeed, towards the area of Georgopol area. So this is a thing that we have seen in the past from most of the team. If they have a main primary drop location as Novorupnoi, the secondary drop location instantly goes towards that, maybe towards Zerki or towards that southern side of the apartment side of Georgia Pool, and that is in the case for now. But I guess they can face some situations, they can face some contestation, as some teams are already in the same vicinity. But for now, every player, every team is going down towards the same area and their favorite drop location and favorite spot. And yes, here we have the first circle for this match of Erangel, and I guess this is the same circle that we witnessed and we got in the first game when we saw in the first day of the first match. But now let's head toward the fight that is happening towards the area of Water City, where TRZ Esports are facing against some uninvited enemies, some uninvited neighbors, and we have still in the 1 minute 55 seconds of this match. Just imagine the fast paced match it can go down to the line.
Absolutely, it probably can be an unstoppable right here. Not looking too good when it comes down to their placement right here. Another thing to talk about is going to be, well, we've got 15 teams in the lobby this time around, so that means the few players are not going to be playing the game, sadly enough. But talk about the gameplay that we've got right on our screens. We can very well see TRZ Esports take on a fight against the side of the merciful, or rather unmerciful, I would say, Unstoppable X. But will they get to know, if at all, there is where exactly is the placement of Merciful for now? They have absolutely no idea. And also, looking at the minimap, I can clearly see that Unstoppable X certainly have themselves flanked out. And that is the approach to have when it comes down to, supporting your team and creating that flank angle and creating that sort of a cover fire.
Exactly, indeed, they just need to have those cover fire in their path. But it seems Unstoppable X don't have the other teammates or team players apart from one player that is still very much far away, and that's the reason I guess Merciful is not giving his location any sound cue for now. But let's head towards some other players, some other teams, and I will really have my eyes set upon as when the fight erupts in the city of Water City, because the players, the enemies, might have spotted down those parachutes once they were trying to glide down and once they were trying to go down to the area. But PX Esports, this was the team that you were having your eyes set upon before the start of the match. Right now, they are in the city of Gatka, and they are just trying to get all those rudimentary loots for them in order to get the fight into the fight. But look at this TRZ Esports. Atomic has got a very good angle with those cheek pick angles. Those right pick is what he is doing right now. And here we go. We have got the reinforcement from the sides of Unstoppable. Can we expect a classic 4v4 fight in this situation?
Well, that certainly seems to be the case, as this fight is almost lingering on. It will probably be the case because, after all, these teams, they are looking pretty well set up. Of course, Merciful has got a lot of information when it comes down to rare FPS from the side of TRZ. He has absolutely no idea because, again, creating that flank angle on the side of Merciful's team members, that was just perfect play because Claw did kind of move on along on top of that roof and gave that sort of like a false cue towards the side of TRZ Esports, and now all the players of TRZ Esports are focused on towards that and not focusing where Merciful can very well strike from, and that is what this player is waiting for. But another thing to talk about is going to be fact that Merciful certainly has some good setup for himself, but he does not have a helmet, so that is not looking too good. So again, utility wise, these teams are going to require a lot more than what they have.
Indeed, they just need all those utilities to go for those flank angles. And if they make an entry, if they make an opening with the help of those utilities, that can be a good thing. But Merciful, look at this. He has beautifully hidden himself up. But Red FPS, he has seen that door is open for the sides from that squad house. That means he might guess that some players might be hiding themselves in that same compound, in the same area. But still, the fight is in the deadlock and is in the standstill situation. I would really want the fight to go off once the opening is there. But let's head towards the side where Team SANGAI is already there, the apartment side, this northern side of Georgia Pool, where we just saw one team, that is IPG, that is in the close neighborhood. But Team SANGAI, it seemed that after getting all those rudimentary loots, they will be moving downtown towards the area and to the center heart of Erangel, maybe towards the area of Pochinki. They will be going to make a successful rotation because they just don't want to take those early fights.
They probably don't, because right now, again, I mean, this is a rather the pre-game segment itself. We did talk about it when it comes down to this team of Team SANGAI. They do need those points. There's no two ways about it. For now, they are going to be walking away from this situation. But hopefully, as we move on into the later half of the game, we should expect this team to take on a fight, because that is what is going to give them the points that they are so very much in need of. Talking about IPG, that is also very much close to the Jodhpur apartments itself, as you were mentioning, and they are looking pretty set up and well established based on the loot that they've got. All the players are well settled and are again getting themselves acclimated with all the different sorts of loots that they possibly can. Move on towards SLX Fury. Now, SLX Fury is looking pretty comfortable as well. Again, so in the first 6 to 7 minutes, what we can expect from these lads, of course, is going to be the fact that all of them are trying to get a decent loot setup for themselves. And eventually, when it comes to the drop locations as well, so many of these teams have their drop location set up. And in such a precarious situation, it is the best way to get away from a fight, which is to just not retaliate and just walk out. And that is exactly what we saw from SANGAI, as well as the side of TREX as TREX, as well as well, again, I mean, it's just one of those moments, right, where you can talk and predict based on the stats, but the game is such that you just don't know. Look at that. I mean, it was just an easy downhill, but again, you just cannot expect things like that to happen.
Exactly, indeed. He just didn't expect the way we expected to have that play. But look at this. Already into the 7 minute 25 second of the map in the Water City area, the teams are still looking strong from their side. But Red FPS has doesn't have the slightest of the idea where Merciful has hidden. But that cubicle, that wood, he's just trying to hide himself behind it in order to get that info. But Merciful hasn't even find himself even an inch of that, still hiding in the same compound. And it's rare, it's very rare that two teams drop onto the same area and after 8 minutes you still don't get those fights.
Absolutely. I mean, that is something that we saw yesterday as well when it came down to bad intentions. And of course, that was the Sanhok map that we saw. But eventually, this is where finally, after 8 minutes, I think it is going to be TRZ's player who is going to be moving on along towards the side of Merciful. And of course, Merciful has not moved an inch, thus not giving away any audio cues. And thus implying that perhaps there could be a fight. And yep, there we go. Merciful has been able to take down Rare FPS. Rare FPS did not know what to expect and anticipate, and that is what has resulted in him losing his life. And of course, Unstoppable X are the better half of this fight, with all four members still surviving.
I really feel sad and pitiable condition for Rare FPS because he was just trying to gather more and more information. But Merciful, a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful approach, a beautiful stance coming in from their side, and that's why he has been rewarded. Patience is the key, after all, in this game of Battle
True.
Royale. You just need to wait. All in all, once the enemy is in your close combat, you can take them down, and that same thing happened. But A1 Esports also just trying to loot here and there, and I guess they have at least made a rotation. And I guess the IGL had a call that maybe the circle could go towards the area of School and Rozok, or maybe, and that was the reason I saw them going to the same area. But now, when the circle has made a shift, now they have to come into that zone. But Seven Sins, look at this. They are out in the blues and they are just falling down.
They most certainly are. With that, we've got the first airdrop, and DoD, none other than DoD, the chat champions, I would say, is DoD that is now finally getting themselves acclimated and getting themselves all the best of the best loot for this perfect gameplay, along with which we move on towards the side of Bots and Pajamas, which has not been able to get any knock thus far, but have apparently received a little bit of that damage and are trying to push out the same and get a little bit more of that rivalry created for themselves. But sadly, we do see that was not the case on the side of Mr. BBC's push. But Bots and Pajamas BMO has been able to take a perfect fight. It is against IPT's players, and of course, one after the other, he is dishing out a lot of damage, has been able to convert that into a kill for himself. And then who's right team, you need to get out of there. You better get out of there, because after all, if that vehicle, if that buggy explodes, you are done for.
Indeed, he can be down for now, and I guess he has been pinned down and he has no space whatsoever to move at the end of the day, because they will be engulfing the players and not letting those free kills go away from them. But Mahfouz has anyhow managed himself to find the cover with the help of those ridge, thanks to that small ridge, I would say, because that what helped him. Because look at this, the vehicle has been completely dismantled, but still he is trying to go. But no is the answer from his side. You just don't need to do all such silly things, and he has been burst off. And I guess that vehicle explosion has given him so much of damage that he can be knocked down. I just just want to see if any teammate is close towards that player and that revival can come, but no is answered. The kill has been secured, and IPG, the team from the Group D side, has now been punished because it's bots and pajamas. They are not gonna let your smooth sail so easily.
Absolutely, and with that, IPG taking a back end approach to this. They are just running away, gushing away from that fight. And along with that, when it comes down to, of course, Bots and Pajamas, they did have a pretty neat fight on their hands. Along with that, we move on to the kill feed. We've got A1 Esports that is trying to take on the side of Rude Dude. Now, Rude Dude's Fardeen is the one who has been knocked, but the kill has not been confirmed as of now. But A1 Esports is very, very close. And Jack's right here pushing on along towards the position of course, Fardeen. Is he going to be able to confirm that kill? He's got a nade being cooked, and eventually when that nade is going to be dropped, it is going to be a pretty interesting conversation to see if that will give him a kill that he is so very much rooting for.
A1 Esports right off the bat, they are looking strong. In the last match, they also had a good outing in the game of Erangel. That was the strong suit for them, but A1 Esports just trying to make a maneuver. Fardeen will be picked off, but Nightmare and the rest of the teammate just need to fall back. A beautiful cover setup has been brought down and deployed just in order to find himself away. But Jax with that spot on Nate takes one down, takes two down. Nightmare has gone down, and this is not looking good for Rude Dude till now. But Jax, he was just too aggressive. Didn't care that one player can be hiding himself in the bush and with the help of those rocks, but I guess he will be taken down. The last player surviving from his side, but for how long is the question, as Sinister will be coming in from another angle. He will be also taken down, but A1 Esports have also gotten some real damage in this fight. But RD, Rude Dude, they are giving a very good fight. Flex with his flexing M416 spray is taking the player down one by one. I guess what, but no, it was an SMG for this time. So SMG carrying the meta in the game of last game of Sanhok, the game of Erangel, we are also seeing here.
What a perfect throw that is coming in from the side of A1 Esports. Eventually, of course, Flex is the one who's at the receiving end, and he will be losing his life from the looks of it, or not. He's got a silver of an HP remaining. He is going to heal himself as he does so. Of course, his teammate is there to be able to give that cover fire. A1 Esports did lose one of their players. That's going to be Dante, but eventually they have walked away with those two defeats and are still not yet done, because Rude Dude is not an easy team to be able to bring down. Rude Dude, we've seen again and again, just step up to the mark when it's required, and they always do try and deliver to the best of their abilities. Right now, A1 Esports has created a bit of a flank angle. They have kind of sandwiched the players of Rude Dude, but for how long will this fight be going on? Because of course, utilities are being utilized from both the sides. 6ix9ine Boy once again getting his nade set up and is going to be bringing it down. But boy, oh boy, my word, Sinister has been brought down and sent back into the lobby. This has turned into a war that A1 Esports did not anticipate.
I mean, indeed, this is a war. This is a battle that Rude Dude desperately needs to win. A1 Esports have been severely punished, and this is a team now showing the real intent, the real caliber. They are taking the fight up against the players of A1 Esports. In the game of Erangel, I still remember they were taking the same type of fight, but it was the area of Lipovka. Rude Dude did give a strong fight in the same situation, and the same resistance is being offered to A1 Esports. 6ix9ine needs to revive Jax, but in all this situation, Sinister and Dante has been lost, but Nightmare coming with that same angle. He has helmeted two players, and man, oh man, makes a 1v2 affair in the same situation. And out of the 4 total kills that the team has secured in eliminating the A1 Esports team, he has got 3 in its name.
Wow. I mean, honestly, we were talking about Rude Dude, how this team is genuinely trying to push hard against whatever competition that they're facing, but this was phenomenal turn of events. They did take on A1 Esports yesterday as well, but not able to retaliate, but today it has been a completely different sort of a performance altogether coming in from Rude Dude, and they are the ones who will walk away with 2 players still surviving and having sent A1 Esports back into the lobby, the first team to go back into the lobby. This amazing turn of events, could not have anticipated that, but of course, taking that fight has resulted in Rude Dude being only a 2-man strong army and are also outside the zone as they try and get into the zone. That is what most of their time is going to be taken over by.
Indeed, it is, it is, it is. But look at this. The circle has gone away from all these teams. So the northern teams need to find a way, need to path themselves up. They are the teams that need to go into the zone, need to make an entry into zone. And this is not going to be an easy task because 5 to 6 teams are already clustered up, making a congestion. And the Air of 3, the new exclusive weapon added to this meta. Let's see which team, which player is going to have their hands up upon. But TREX also trying to make an entry. They have made an entry, but PX Esports, I guess they are offering a resistance to IPG. I guess IPG reduced to 2 players. They are now caught in the open because a moment back they were being punished by bots in pajamas. With PX Esports, the way they are showing their back, I guess they are taking IPG on a light note.
They most certainly are. Sincere right here is set up with that perfect nade. He's been trying to do that for quite some time and has not been able to deliver. Boy, oh boy, Sincere. That was a sincere mistake, mate. I completely understand. He was just so very eager to throw that nade, but was not able to do so on time. Thankfully, he does have his friend that is going to be Dictator, his teammate, to be able to revive him. But Neo from the side of PX Esports is so very near to this team. They have no idea what they're up against because PX Esports' Neo is just around the corner and is going to be able to try and retaliate and bring them down. But is he alone? Because PX Esports' player Neo, he does need a little bit more support from his teammates. But where exactly are they? He has been able to get that 1 kill of Sinister Dictator, the 1 man remaining for the side of IPG. What is he going to do? He's given away the information that I am here, I am stuck, I'm in the sewers. But what is PX Esports going to bring to the table? And where exactly are the teammates? Finally, in the mini map, we can see the teammates are also chiming in along.
He is cooking the nade, and if PX players does a mistake coming in from the same sewer side, from the same tunnel, this can be a dreadful situation. But PX Sports, realizing the fact they are not jumping in that sewer area and just trying to engulf the player from some another angle, some random shots here and there is being thrown down. And now Chiku, if this grenade connects, this can be came in if this connects, but no, it doesn't. Has brought down Dictator to 40 HP, but that heal, that painkiller, that boost, I guess has saved him for this time.
It most certainly has, but of course, Chico is not yet done. He is just going to keep on barraging that sewer again and again and again. Neo is just waiting for the smoke to dissipate, which of course Dictator does not want. He cannot go back. Dictator is kind of stuck in this small little area. And what exactly can he do? Well, he's got 2 options. Either he takes on a fight, which is of course next to impossible, or he tries to just hold on and be patient, because we've seen patience is the key. When it comes to the fights, we've seen fights linger on till 8 to 10 minutes in this game itself, and then eventually, as that patience works out, it will give you that benefit. But eventually, will it be the case for Dictator? Well, let's just see, because after all, he's trying his best, but not looking too good in that sewer situation.
Indeed, but I'm just waiting the way a PX Esports is trying to aggress towards this fight. They just need to engulf the player from the backhand side, and that can be a game in situation. But let's head towards some other part of the map. That's the center, in the heartland of the zone. Some other fights are erupting where TRZ Extreme. So it's a team that is playing with a 3-man roster. Cycle Critical and Sagar is there, but this is a thing that can go against them. Number advantage always comes handy into your favor, but one thing that goes into the favor, and that is the zone. Completely engulfing the player and completely into the lab, but one team that needs to make an entry, and that is TRZ Esports. Sadly, Mamba is the only player surviving. We can see this player in the past clutching the moments, clutching out the players and surviving in the worst situation, but can be this time is still a question that he's not. But Dictator making the most of the situation. PX Esports has been punished. He has taken 1 more player down. He just needs to get himself healed off, but he sadly has no first aid. Takes 1 more player down. Near goes down, and this 1 player is becoming a complete unit of an army.
Wow, 1-man army is what they call, and Dictator is generally showcasing that to us with perfect play. He's got 3 kills for his team. He's the only man surviving, and now the circle is going to get away from him. He needs to move out, he needs to move away, and as he does so, interestingly enough, I mean, one question that needs to be brought up is going to be the fact that PX Esports, their players were so very close. Why was there no synergy amongst those players themselves to be able to bring down the team of IPG? I guess they anticipated a 4-man squad, but a 4-man squad has been put on onto just that one-man army. That's been Dictator, and he is still surviving and moving along. Move that conversation towards TRZ's 3 players strong. This team is going to bring down SLX as well as taking on a fight against the side of Unstoppable X.
Unstoppable looking pretty decent at the right time, at the right moment. 8 kills already onto the name. They made a push, a successful push onto their side, and some more grenades coming in for the players of Unstoppable, but he is far away as a Leviathan. We have seen this player in the game of Sanhok doing wonders. Can this be a moment where he can clutch this moment, because he just need to find themselves out? But caught in the open, RZ Esports, Sajid has taken 1 player down from the sides of TREX, and TREX all of a sudden in that smoke, they are just trying to hide themselves out, but a barrage of nade is coming in, and if this connects, they can be in a dreadful situation.
They most certainly can be. They've all clustered up into that smoke because they do want to be able to survive, but that strategy itself can backfire because you've got nades going on against you again and again. On the other tangent, we've got Dictator in the process of NRZ, and NRZ have their fight set up for themselves. T-Rex in one side, Dictator from IPG on the other tangent. This is just perfect turn on the side of TRC, and on the other tangent, it is Oxygen Esports. Not Oxygen, my apologies. It is Bottom Pajamas against XBET, and XBET's Venom is the one who is taking on the fight all by himself. Faisal has been dropped. Unstoppable's 1 player is back in the end. On top of that, he's also got a nade that he's cooking, and this is not looking too good for Bottom Pajamas as well as XBET.
Ooh, did you just see Boss in Pajama? The players was already thrown down. They were just waiting, and this was a sad demise for the players, for ex-brothers. It was a Tata bye-bye for themselves, and till now they haven't been able to showcase themselves in the way they actually wanted to. Now it's down to 9 team, 23 player, and the circle has sadly formed all in the open. That means all the players on the team needs to come out of the zone, but a grenade has been pulled down, and that means that more and more damage. But what a way to finish things off. And on RZ Esports, they are looking also pretty strong. If the revival gets in time, they can make an entry into the zone, but they just need to check their back, because Unstoppable's 1 player is still out there making the most of the situation, and they can backstab. And I guess he has given a lot of sound cues. That means the players will be checking on their back. SLX out in the open. They are receiving some heavy cover fire, heavy shots from the sides of T-Rex, where Goku is just not stopping with the Scarl 3x shots. He's trying to make the most of the situation, but sadly, none of the players, none of the teams are in the zone, apart from 1 team from the southern side that is playing the edges.
Absolutely. Another thing to talk about is going to be the fact that right here, oh my word, I was just about to mention Bots and Pajamas being right around the corner when it comes to NRZ's placement, but Bots and Pajamas have been sent back into the lobby, and now we are remaining with only 7 teams. That is not looking too good, but T-Rex, the way that dude is approaching this is beautiful, because he's bringing down players not only from far away but also short distance, because he was taken on fight against SLX all by himself, and now also retaliated against NRZ's players. Now NRZ, as they try to push on along to get into the zone, have been diminished down to only a 1-man army, and 2 of the lads have been knocked.
And RZ have made a push, have made a statement, and they were just like that. We are going into the zone no matter what. If a player would go down, we'll try to give him the revival if it goes on, but else, even if we go down into the zone with 2 players, we'll just try to survive, because there are a lot of bushes, there are a lot of haystacks that they can take the cover off, and with that they are just trying to make the most of the situation. But the question still remains, T-Rex still with those 2 players. SLX, for last 2-3 minutes they are still in that same position, and now I guess they are exhausted with all those utilities, with all those smokes, and just because of that they are just in the open. They will be an easy kill for T-Rex, an easy kill, and that SLX gets eliminated.
Boy, oh boy, this is turning into a fight that is going to be favoring T4M. That is going to be perfect, because they've got all 4 members alive on the other side. When you talk about the teams that are alive right now, we've got 6 teams alive, but in that conversation, pretty much the majority of them are surviving with only a 1-man squad. Now that 1-man squad is going to be difficult to be able to get that chicken dinner, but on the other side for T4M, they have an entire army waiting to bring down the lead onto these players. Rude Dude right there in front, as well as BX Esports' Fancy, who is slowly just moving on along into these wheat farms. T-Rex's player has been brought on down. Only 5 teams remain, and again, I do keep on mentioning that T4M, it seems like this is going to be their game based on just the numbers.
But look at this spotting number, spotting technique that Team 4M really did. And yes, as I just mentioned, four players coming into that right circle. In the next circle will be a daunting task if the other teams need to convert that match into a chicken dinner. But a grenade is being pulled down from the sides of Rude Dude and Nightmare, trying to make the most of the situation. He has already spotted on the player, but the grenade just overshoots. But it is now down to four teams, and it is still like a spray comes in. Player has been taken down, but in retaliatory fire, Genius, I guess, yes, he is, and he will be taking down all the players. And this brings down the final three teams and seven players, but four players from the sides of Team 4M. They are looking strong.
They most certainly are. We've got two players from the side of NRZ right there. We've got two players from DoD. Now, DoD finally is showcasing a little bit of situational awareness and are slowly moving on along to try and get those kills and get those points for themselves. They've got only two defeats for now. T4M is just dominating when it comes to the information that they've got, because they've got a fanned out approach into this final circle. As we were just talking about it, the field, the wheat farms are being dominated with a lot of fire being pushed across this entire thing. But eventually, will the bales be able to hold on to the cover for DoD's players? We've got one man army right here, and he is trying to take on a fight. And Bamboo, will Bamboo be able to convert that into a kill? Yes, he has been able to convert that into a knock. One man army once again is not too close to his teammate, and thus will not be able to give that revival that is going to be required. Thus, I believe it is the end for DoD's player, and eventually one man army, T4M, and the third team. That's all that we've got to look out for this.
Indeed, there is one more team on the backhand side, and Blues will take the damage and chip damage, and sooner or later the play zone will take him down, and the kill will be going into the name of TM4. And this is a good situation. This is the situation that Team 4M really needed in the way. And what better than this in the game of Erangel? They have the opportunity to encash themselves and don't do anything silly. Don't let any player go down, because in this game, in the last game, anything can go down. But I guess they have sent the chicken dinner. But still, three players are still surviving, and one player from the sides of DoD is there. And I'm just waiting. Where is the one more player from some another team is still there? Here we go. NRZ Esports snaking action is already in the frame. He's just trying to come closer towards the haystack and those destroyed vehicles. And with that, DoD Esports final player has been taken down, and Team 4M now they will be running in the open.
They most certainly will be. T4M have one player knocked, but it does not matter because there's only one player remaining for them to take on down. But wow, what a perfect play coming in from Sadis from NRZ, and Azad is just bringing absolute annihilating play from his side. He is taking on the players, and Marcos will finally be the one to deliver the lead and will take his team to victory. T4M have done it thanks to the numbers in that team.
Indeed, the number did really play in, of course, and that was one thing that helped your Team 4AM to get that chicken dinner. Team 4M were closing in the last days of last matches, and eventually also in today's matches, and this was the time where they capitalizes to maximum. Two players did fall down, but the last player managed it well and getting 8 kills with a total of 23 points. And look at this massive damage stacks of 1471, and my eye straight away goes towards that third rank. A big jump coming in for Team 4AM.
It most certainly is, because after all, I mean, the way this team has played was just phenomenal. I mean, that's what something that is something that we had spoken about in the pregame segment as well. You either play your game with aggression or you play your game with slow, steady gameplay, and that is what this team has done just perfectly. They've got the kills as well as those placement points. 8 kills with the chicken dinner, 15 placement points, just beautiful turn of events, and thus resulting in this team being the third in the overall ranking.
Indeed, it is third rank. That means some teams are looking very good, very strong from the sides of Group D. And I guess more and more teams will be joining in the frame, because first was to go was A1 Esports, then Team 4M climbing on the ladder of success. And now some more teams will be joining and trying to go for all those points. And with that, straight away, heading towards the most valuable player of this match is from NRZ's Sajid OP. He had a really overpowered game in this match, taking 2 players down in that last situation. Had just imagine, hadn't that blue zone pushing him towards that zone, if he would have taken shelter of all those destroyed vehicles and those haystack and let the player from the opposite teams come closer towards him and take those TPP advantage, this could have been a game that could have gone into the bags of NRZs too.
It most certainly could have been the case, because again, I mean, we've seen that again and again when it comes to that one-man army approach that few of these teams end up being a part of. That is still does not mean that that's the end of their play. They do end up retaliating and then do end up delivering as well. With that, of course, when you talk about the top 4 players coming in from the game, 982 damage is what Sajid was able to showcase from the side of NRZ Esports, and just beautiful play with those 4 kills. Move on towards Rude Dude. Now, Rude Dude is a team to talk about. This is a team that brought down A1 Esports this time around with 829 damage dished out with 5 kills. This is just absolute annihilating play coming in from these lads.
Absolutely, they ruined the memories, they ruined the chances for A1 Esports in flourishing this match for themselves and all in all in totality. But the way the dudes are actually playing, they are living up to the name. They are playing it recklessly, making it really tough for any team to breathe in. Eventually, they did fall, 2 players did die, but taking A1 Esports in that fashion, in that way. So aggression is what aggression it is, and the best form of defense. If aggression is so shown from one side, Rude Dudes really retaliates with multiple brute force.
Absolutely does. Now, another thing to talk about is going to be the fact that when it comes down to this game, we did see the chicken dinner winning team, that is going to be T4MX, but T4M, they were 13th in the previous overall standing based on the previous game, and now have made a massive lead of 10 positions based on this gameplay. Just phenomenal turnover wins. So again, you have to bring it out that one game is all you need. So again, I mean, we are talking about A1 Esports, yes, but eventually we also know for a fact what that team is capable of. So all they need is that one game, and they will find themselves in a really comfortable spot once again.
Also, adding to the fact that DoD Esports, as just mentioned, either you go for those placement points or you go for the late rotation where you just sneak in at the right point, at the right moment, you play for the edges, or you go for the aggression. These are the only 2 ways, and look at that. Rude Dude got eliminated, but just because they got that 8 kills, a placement points of 8 helped them accumulate a total of 14 total points. But DoD Esports, just the 2 kills, but still making a total of 12 points. So a team, if gets 12 points, 14 points, or 16 points all in all, on an average basis, this helps them get in that top half of the chart.
Most certainly does. With that, as we look on towards the side of course Team SANGAI as well as TRZ Extreme, these 2 teams we did mention earlier as well, they need to showcase a bit more of support into synergistic performance and the gameplay that will result in them walking away with those points. But eventually, that is not the way that it has been turning out for them. Hopefully, the next 3 games will bring that sort of an opportunity for these teams. With that, let's move on to the Oppo F9 intro moments, and right here, the 8-minute mark of gameplay where Merciful was just waiting patiently from Unstoppable X to bring on that fight.
But I really wanted the bots in pajamas to show up in the game, and with the Stalkling performance, they did take down the IPG, the player, the team that was looking strong till now from Group B, but they did falter down somewhere, and just because of that, they will not come close to that last zone. But A1 Esports, the way they were retaliated by the aggression from the sides of Rude Dude, that was absolutely phenomenal. But NRZ Esports also coming to fight, and that sewer fight that also elongated for a long time.
It did for quite some time. In fact, that is so very true. That was not supposed to be the case, but indeed it did. And sad turn of events indeed, I would say, because after all, Dictator was the one who came up on top from the side of IPG and was able to bring out PX Esports' 2 players into the lobby. So a beautiful play is what I would say coming in from the side of Dictator from IPG. But eventually, PX Esports, there are a lot of questions that can be raised against them as to why did they not take that fight as a team rather than being an individual force.
Indeed, it was, and some also questionable gameplay coming in from the sides of SLX, because the place there, they just got eliminated. They were stuck at the same place for last 2-3 minutes, and in this closeness, all the rest of the opponent knows your exact location, and in that thing, you don't have utilities, you get vacated with this, and you will be finished things off. And this 1v1 fight, Sajid did well in managing that 1v2 situation, but the 3rd player takes him down. And with this, we are straight away heading towards the overall ranking post game 9, and after 5 games, finally IPG has been able to trespass 7 Seas Esports, but with just 2 more points.
Absolutely, just 2 more points indeed. But what a play this has been. I mean, D4M has moved on to the third position. Again, when you talk about the points themselves on the first page, there is a little bit of an indication where the first two teams have a league of their own, and then come the other teams that are just following along based on a gameplay approach. And again, same can be said for page number 2, because from 45 on the 9th position for VNM Legends to the 16th position holder, which is going to be Python, that has 32 points. So very, very close affair is what we're looking at when it comes down to these teams.
But look at that. 3 teams from this second half of the chart. I can already see Team Python that got that chicken dinner on that 16th mark. That means some inconsistent game is coming in from their side. But also, taking fact of the matter is that on the third of the chart, some teams will be really looking to shine up once more and more matches will be coming up to the frame. Oxygen ES still with those 4 total matches at the 21 points. TREX joining that 24 marks, because in the last game we saw them going down toward the line where last 3 or 4 players were surviving but still not finding themselves, because 24 is a place that none of the team would love to find themselves at that spot.
Absolutely. With that, as you move on to the final page of the leaderboard, TRZ Extreme were able to get that 2 point this time around in this game, and thus have got 3 points in total. Team SANGAI did try and play the best to their ability and were able to kind of get away from that situation, but accidentally enough, it is of course AcidDEFIANT who have played their games right and have at least gotten themselves that 28th position with the 9 points that they have. But will that be enough? Will that be enough is the conversation, and sadly they do not have any more games for the day. So even though they are at that 24th position with 9 points, AcidDEFIANT do need to do a bit better than that.
I mean, exactly, that will
Tomorrow,
come into
tomorrow.
Exactly, the course when they come into the frame. That was the thing I was about to say. When they are offered the opportunity, I'm sure that they will be doing their homework and they are reading the strategies and their gameplay, because the last time when they played there was a different group, and the next time they will be going to play, there will be some different groups, so some different strategies will be enveloping all in all.
Absolutely. With that, we've got 3 games done. We've still got 3 more games remaining on day number 2 of the National Championship of Bangladesh region. Stick around. We're going to go on a very, very short break. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship of Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F9 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook up your fun. And the fun has honestly been wooked up a little bit today because again, this is day number 2. We've got 3 games done. 3 more remain between Group A and Group D. Now, A1 Esports is looking confident. So are the other teams. But
Yeah.
what can we expect from this game, Ankit?
I guess I really want some teams from Group A to chime in because for all the 3 games that have happened so far in the day, it has all been a complete domination from the sides of Group D. So some teams from Group A, for example, Bots and Pajamas, or maybe SLX, or maybe Team Shanghai, to come in and get that important 15 points, that chicken dinner into your favor, and that will be really great thing to start things off.
Absolutely, that exactly what is what I would say as well. With that, we've got the flight path on our screens, and this time around, we are going to be moving on towards the southern side of this map. And for the first time, we are actually looking at
Yeah.
a few teams that I believe, for example, Bottom Pajamas. It seemed like they were going to be going on down towards Minas del Sur or the prison area, but that's not the case. They've actually decided to go down towards Bella del Mar, so that's okay as well. Because once again, like I said, it's the first time that we're actually seeing the southern part of the map being utilized thanks to that flight path.
I mean, indeed, but some change in strategies also coming in from the sides of DoD because when they played in the map of Miramar, they went down towards that Montenegro and the areas between the Montenegro and Power Grid. But Chumasira is now that has been in contestation and completely La Cobreria, El Pozo, Credit Water Treatment, and none of the team has gone towards them side. And zone is also favoring them, so nothing needs to be worried about. But early contestation can we expect from the city of Los Leones, or maybe from the sides of Minas Generals, or maybe towards that area of Chumasera where two teams are already aligned. But also, let's just mention Bots and Pajamas going down towards the area of Minas and Walla del Mar. We saw when the flight path was favoring them, they went towards the area of La Cobreria, but if the flight path is not favoring them, they won't be taking any chance, and an easy peasy drop is what they are going for now.
Also, the game is actually being pretty nice to the teams, I would say. You got a southern
Yes.
flight path, you got a southern zone as well. I mean, no contestation right there for so many of these teams because they haven't really gotten that far away. So, of course, that could imply that we can expect a northern shift from the zone itself, from the circle itself. That is going to be the one that will push on along. With that, we've got DoD on our screens right about now, and they are getting themselves set up in the Chumasera region. But oh boy, with that, we've got SLX at the receiving end, thanks to TRC's standout approach. It is not going to allow Genghis to be able to survive for much longer. Along with that, when you talk about the kill feed, X-Brothers are also at the receiving end, sadly.
And also 4AMX is taking the shot, and yes, it's the ex-brother that is on the receiving end. So 4AM drawing that inspiration, drawing that synergy, that approach from the last match they are looking. So this is what something happens to you whenever you get a chicken dinner or maybe a good match, but in the last game they did secure chicken dinner, and this is that sheer confidence that helps you. Even if your drop is being contested, even if you're having that early clash, players won't be shying away. But what is this? I guess 3 teams are already into the same small compound. It's the X Brothers, it's the 4AM, and it's also the team SE.
Well, we've got Team SANGAI basically, as well as X-Brothers right here, who is going to turn into a 3v2 situation where Faisal and Venom from X-Brothers are the only two surviving. 2 players they've already lost. But SANGAI, will they be able to retaliate? Will they be able to dominate against the side of course, X-Brothers? Is the conversation. They do need those points. We've been talking about it again and again and again. But this time around, will that be the case? Of course, when it comes to Venom, he's got that micro Uzi set up for himself, and that's going to be perfect when it comes to this close combat. But along with that, he's got the backup of Faisal as well. Now, this is where I did go a little bit wrong because X-Brothers have only lost 1 member and not 2. So this is a 3v situation, 3v3 situation. That is what it's looking like to be. But Sangai, what exactly are they planning?
You just cannot show your back the way actually Fazil did, and he has been instantly punished. In a game of Battle Royale, all you just need to do is to show your face, the TPP angle, but not the back, and because of that, he has been severely punished. But X-Brothers Sherlock from the backhand side takes 1 more player down for the side of Team Shanghai. Team Shanghai now on the real back foot. So now, when this knock has come in for the sides of X-Brothers, this is a moment where they can recalibrate and regroup and get all the revivals done. But Team 4M is also looking pretty really strong, taking the fights in their favor. And I guess yes, they are taking the fight. And ex-brother facing the brunt of the situation.
Well, a third party conversation is what we're talking about right here, where Team T4M has just been absolutely spidey senses tingling along and have been able to get that knock for themselves, have not been able to, get more points away from that fight, but eventually they are on the top of that hill situation. So they've got the information for both the teams, Team Sangai as well as, of course, X Brothers. Now the conversation is, will they be able to get that converted into points that they so very much need? Team 4M, Team T4M has been absolutely phenomenal when it comes to the conversation and the synergy that they've showcased, and this time around they've decided to genuinely just walk away from this fight, as they are expecting a few better positions to possibly be
Yeah.
a part of, or maybe just creating that flank angle as well.
Exactly, they might be looking up to do the same as just mentioned, because they are not in a mood to shy away or disengage in any fight, because they already know that some of the teams that were in the fight were already down with some of the players that they must have written the kill people, but they have gotten very close to the players of X Brothers. They are taking the right TPB at the right angle, and Team 4 can be on the situation where they can face the brunt of those
Eesh.
TPP angle that has been taken down, but an early elimination for TRZ Extreme. So same story, same storyline, same saga has been for them. Just the moment they enter in the match, they are not able to hold themselves off. So this is the thing that they really need to look after.
Absolutely, they certainly do. I mean, now I would say for TRZ, all they need to try and work towards is placement points. Do not even take on those fights, because the way they try and take on the fights are just not working in their favor, sadly. So it's absolutely fine to not take those fights, but still be working towards those placement points, because points are points, and that's what's going to lead you into the top
Yeah.
24, into the top 16, and hopefully into the PMPL Season 4 itself altogether. That is what the slot is going to be keeping on along. But again, I mean, they do need to change their way of their play, because right now we do see Team Sangai that we were looking at was showcasing a little bit more of a play. But right here, as we bring our conversation down towards what is happening on our screens, it is T4M that was just looking for blood and have been able to deliver. Has been dropped and been knocked. It is just Faisal remaining from the side of X Brothers. Will Faisal be able to retaliate? Well, again, he's the only man surviving for the side of X Brothers. And look at the way T4M is just tingling along with those spidey senses and are just rushing and gunning. They want that blood for that final player of that brother, X Brother.
This is exactly what happens to your team, man, as a whole. If you get a chickener, this is the sheer confidence that is being reflected from the sides of team 4M, but they have to be cautious because they are showing their back. And if X Brothers caught in the open, maybe they can take one player down, and this can be a party spoiler for them. But for now, it seems that things are sailing easy and nice for the team 4M, and they are looking good. In the last Miramar, they were also, when they played, they were also looking very good. They had that height advantage. They didn't have that number advantage at that point, but the way they are taking the fight in the early stage of the game, that is looking pretty nice for them. But some other teams are also trying to make or break the situation. IPG, a team that got stuck in the last game and lost early two-player, it really hampered their chance once they tried to make an entry into zone. But now things are different. They are in the Los Leones. They are the uninvited neighbor, because even Esports loves to go towards the area of Los Leones, but IPG, they still have managed to find that truce.
Most certainly, and again, I mean, when you talk about the circle itself, we do see Bothan Pajamas Bhima all by himself down towards the prison island, and on the other tangent, Mr. BBC and all the other teammates are north of Villa Del Mar. So again, a fan-out approach coming in from the side of Bots and Pajamas, not the kind of approach that I would have expected from this team, but that's still going to be a-okay compared to the way Python is playing, because Python is also really spread out, and the rotation that's coming in for now, it certainly does seem like all the teams are expecting there to be a southern shift to the zone itself, because after all, we see nobody be a part of that northern part, because
Yeah.
Picardo, Power Grid, there's absolutely no one around, and SLX has a complete free entry into that entire Picardo region for the moment.
Indeed, also TRZ, the players are trying to move away from the area of Chumasir where they had the contestation with DoD in the early stage of the game. The players said no to those fights, and this is a good approach because the player don't want to lose on numbers, because we have seen in the past, in the last game itself, because numbers advantage in that last game actually comes down and separates you and brings you closer towards that chicken dinner and those final 15 points that you get also with the kill points. But look at this, the first airdrop MK14 already on its way. So in the game of Miramar, it can be a beast because it can be used as a single taps with those 8x, and in the close range we know how destructive this one can be.
Well, talk about burst. I mean, that is just a burst damage creep is what that one is. To move that conversation towards the burst itself, it is going to be Bots in Pajamas, Mr. BBC, who seems to be wanting to take on a fight, but eventually was the one who received quite a lot of damage, but has not been knocked. So that's a good thing coming in favor of course, Bots in Pajamas. And Dima finally trying to get closer and closer to his teammates, and that is going to be very, very crucial because, again, if you want to be a four-man army, and the team that they're trying to take on a fight against is going to be none other than Rude Dude. And Rude Dude, we have seen never ever back out, and what a perfect spray. Mr. BBC has been knocked.
This is a perfect gatekeep situation. They are just not allowing any player, any team to flourish in the same angle. Rude Dude making a knock, and it seems this is the moment because I was seeing some commotion, some movement in that buggy, in that vehicular movement, and now they can go for a push. And this is what Rude Dude is famous for. But look at this dome. This can be graveyard situation for the players that are already there. NRZ just trying to engulf the player, but if you read the kill feed, Rude Dude is taking the fight, taking down Bots in Pajamas players one by one. Rude Dude, they are just not stopping. In the last game, they itself eliminated and annihilated a team as big as A1 Esports, and this time Bots in Pajamas, they also carry a lot of experience, a lot of thing on their shoulder, but they are falling like 9 pins in front of Rude Dude.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, I mean, we did just see when it came down to that fight that Bots in Pajamas were almost 850 meters away from the circle. So that, of course, is a perfectly gate-kept situation from the side of Rude Dude, and genuinely a bit too rude to not allow players to even be a part of the circle. But right here, when you talk about Unstoppable XS player, he is all by himself trying to hold on the fort, hold on to this ball against the side of NRZ. Bad Boy, Sazed, as well as Livia, we see them trying to take on this player, but eventually they are being hunkered down thanks to the utility usage coming in from Unstoppable Access player.
Indeed, that was a very good utility use, and he managed himself to not let things go slip away as fast. But the moment he was just waiting has arrived because he has gotten all those cover fire, he has got all the reinforcement that he was just waiting for, and now is the time that Unstoppable can dominate onto NRZ. And all these fights are happening on the lower Lost Leonis side, where Team 4M, if they hear the shot, they can also go for the third party approach that we have seen from there so constantly. But the circle, if this goes away from all these teams, just think about it, the northern northwestern shift, most of the teammates will be left abandoned.
They most certainly will, and talk about that word exactly as you mentioned it, exactly what you anticipated yesterday. We've got a Lost Leonis circle being built up, Ankit.
Exactly, a lost in a circle. I would love to see an urban finish at the end of the day because it gets so chaotic, especially in the map of Miramar. It is easy. I say it's easy to play all those ridges, but it is too tough to play in all those compounds that you can already see. NRZ were holding the compound, but they are brought down to so low HP. But Unstoppable doing really some silly things, and Merciful still healing himself up, but now he will be up against the two players and he will be taken down as Merciful gets one more kill, but Bad Boy eventually takes him down, and Unstoppable straight to the lobby.
Straight back into the lobby, indeed. I mean, that was a bit of a tricky affair, the way they approached that compound again. I mean, it could have, they of course knew that there is a team right in that compound.
Yeah.
The way they approached that window was just a bit too class 101 sort of a noob situation, but nevertheless it's absolutely fine because that's how you learn from your mistakes, and that is the way to play the game. You learn, you play, you learn, you understand, and then you improve, and that is something that I'm sure Unstoppable is going to be bringing into the next remaining games. But as we move on to the conversation about NRZ, they've got pretty good points. They've got 4 defeats as of now, so looking pretty good.
Indeed, they are looking very good, but IPG, they have their cross set upon to the players of PX Esports. Now, PX Esports in the last game, they were trying to make an entry. They were allowed. They did happen. They did make it closer and closer, but in this game, now when it's IPG against them, and they have knocked down one more player. So now is the time where they just need the reinforcement, they just need the friends, the teammates, and the backup. And yes, backup has arrived at the right time. And I guess IPG, the distance is pretty very much, else they could have gone for the push.
They most certainly could have. But again, I mean, I'm loving the consistency that IPG is bringing in every single time into every single game. You know, they try and get that information first, and then they try and take on a fight. And this is exactly what's happening from this time around as well. Dictator is the one who's bringing in that information, or trying to at least. But PX Esports, they seem to have a better understanding of that fight, and they have exactly set up their crosshairs. And it is Fancy who is going to be the one who will retaliate towards the suppression fire coming in from the side of course, IPG. But eventually, Dictator has still not been caught. He is just given away a lot of information to his teammates, and eventually that is what might just result in this fight going in towards IPG's favor. Along with that, again, another thing to talk about is going to be they've got the best of the best loot, they've got the best of the best scopes, and that is what you need, especially when it comes to the map of Miramar.
Indeed, it is. We just need all those scopes to lessen those distance with the help of the scope that brings in that game. But Pots in Pajamas, they are up against the players of TRZ and Mamba. I guess he has been abandoned alone with all the teammates, or maybe they have been. Yes, they are there, but he has no backing because the rest of the teammates and the players are away. But look at this: the circle shift, a hard shift, close towards the area of western side, and none of the team that were in the Los Leones city are now in the circle. But now one thing is for sure, that the teams that are coming in from the northern side, I can already see that is of TREX, that are having a very good chance. But the teams like SANGAI, they are completely on the eastern side, so they have to make an entry, number one. But once they make an entry, the question is, will the team allow? Because already there is a lot of congestion on the very eastern half of the circle.
Absolutely is, and right here we do see PX Esports. They are stuck in this small little warehouse. We did just see that IPG have their crosshairs set up exactly to this position, and right down south of this position, as they just do, they do need to move a little bit. They've got TRZ waiting for them as well, and right here, A1 Esports is Dante pushing on along towards the side of rescue from SLX, and SLX's player is ready and present. There is absolutely nothing that will stop him from bringing in that analyzing play, and will be able to at least give a knock. Sadly, will not be able to confirm that kill, so he will be revived. Jax is going to have his teammate give a perfect revival for his teammates, but eventually it is A1 Esports that have had this first perfect entry into this wonderful compound that they can call their own if this fight works out for them.
Indeed, that was. But with as one more team gets eliminated, as XBET loses that trot, loses the momentum, and is again joining the lobby. But it was a surprise moment for even Esports. But on the other hand, Rude Dude is not allowing DoD to flourish, and one by one, again and again, we can see flourishing them on the left hand side of the kill feed. That means they are securing more and more kill, and also taking themselves back again to the live ranking. They have secured and stacked up a huge amount of kill. Now it's down to 2v4 situation where two players from the side of SLX need to give a tough fight, else A1 Esports won't let them breathe here for long.
They most certainly will not. I mean, we can see that Fury is trying to bring up a little bit of the Molotov situation, but eventually it is going to be not easy for him, because after all, the team has been distributed. Fury is all by himself, and his teammate has already been knocked and killed and sent back into the lobby. Fury all by himself. What all can he stand up to? Because after all, there are 4 members going up against 1 player of SLX. That's going to be Fury. So 4v1 situation, not looking too good. And also, the information has clearly been given away towards the side of the early force.
Jax has been traded, but he goes down. He will be given a revival. So for a moment, it seemed that A1 Esports could have been on a back foot situation. Has there been a few more players into that aura of the grenade, but that was not the case, and that happens very rarely that a grenade takes 2 or 3 players down. But let's head to one more fight that is erupting on the eastern edge of the circle, where Team SANGAI is giving a very tough fight. Just 2 players, 1 player more goes down, and IPG, a team that was really looking to make up a mark, takes 1 more kill, and I guess an elimination for some other team. And this is not looking good for Team SANGAI, as well as they were just 3-men roster that joined the lobby. And if you are already outnumbered in the players, you will be taken down seriously, and the chances are really hurting for all these teams.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, we did talk about it again and again, that when it comes down to teams like SANGAI, they are actually showcasing a little bit of that wonderful synergistic performance, but just as 3-man army is going to prove a little difficult compared to 4-man squads that are usually seen in these perfect lobbies. Now, again, the team right here of IPG have still got that perfect hill approach, that hill advantage. and are bringing down destruction to the side of T4M, as well as, of course, an RZ Esports. This is Sunset right here, who did brought a lot of damage towards the side of T4M. Talking about the circle itself, we find TRZ as well as TREX, who are going to find themselves into the zone. And look over there, boy. Oh boy, that is just perfect. A1 Esports have made that perfect rotation and will find themselves to the northern side of that circle for the moment.
Indeed, A1 Esports, a beautiful rotation coming in for their side, but IPG Esports, they are just not stopping. After eliminating one team, now they are up against to have their eyes locked upon, where NRZ Esports, they are having those symmetry in their compound, in their stronghold, but the one thing that is separating between both these teams is that the height advantage that IPG is having in themselves. But IPG is just not only having an eye over the team that is close to them, but also the team that is at least 300 or 4 meters away from them. So IPG is having a great sense of a map for themselves, and this is something really good from this. They are taking the fight, they are having the map knowledge, they are reading the kill feeds well, and not shying away from taking any kill as they take down one more player. But Root Dude coming into the same frame, they are venturing Team 4M down.
They most certainly are. Root Dude are not going to be stopping. I mean, this team is just proven the mark, proven the metal that they are here to just dominate. And with that, it is T4M being sent back to the lobby thanks to, of course, Root Dude. And onto our screens, we now see IPG have moved away from that King of the Hill situation and have now pushed on towards the side of BX Esports. A perfect nade has brought Nia down to his knees, and Terror is all by himself as his teammate is too far away to be able to help.
And exactly, that grenade and those synchronized grenades and molly did the damage. Now it's a 1-1 situation. Mahfouz, one player that really did throw those utilities down in that situation. He could have just waited for those TPP angle, but that was not the case. We can already see in that minimap that the blue zone is approaching, and one part of the compound, the players that was already there at the same time, that was not in the zone. And just because of that, maybe hustle and bustle was the thing, and he did really good take the fight, but some other players are being taken down. A prone shot coming in from Chiku takes him down, and within a second, IPG Esports, I guess they have been eliminated. A sad state of affairs.
Wow, that was unanticipated, honestly. I mean, Terror just terrorizing the players of IPG. That was a completely unexpected, but a perfect play coming in from the side of PX Esports. And Terror, the man, the legend of the hour, of the minute right now, with that perfect utility and that perfect vest and helmet support, was just able to bring down those players. And Chico, along with them, was also able to support that push, because IPG, I mean, they tried to take the fight to themselves, but eventually was not the case. Now that brings us down towards 4 teams remaining, only 22 minutes into the game of Miramar. This has been a quick Miramar, is what I would say.
Indeed, that has been quick. Straight off the bat, we have seen some of the more fights, but PX Esports, Laura, I'll be very honest with this. PX Esports have really impressed me with the way they have taken the fight. Those mesmeric shots, those prone shots at the right point, at the right time. They deployed some of the shots. They were taken down by those mollies and those grenades, but the way they retaliated, it's all about how you bounce back and stopping a team as big as IPG that has been so consistent that they are in the top 3 for the last 2 matches. That was not so easy. Now it's down to TRZ, where the players are being taken down. Sinister with his tap shots of mini connects well, takes one more player down, and player are doing some risky, bold maneuvers and moves which for them can be punished. Now NRZ Esports got in the open. This can be an easy knock. I don't understand why these players are trying to make and push out in the open, because they were already knowing from where Sinister is taking the shot. A very, very bad move coming in from the sides and the players of TRZ.
Absolutely, yes. But once again, I mean, at least they will be able to walk away with some really good placement points, and that's going to be good. But on the other tangent, I mean, A1 Esports is genuinely on fire. They've got 8 defeats as of now, and there is nothing stopping them. Talk about the utility usage and everything. They are just so much on point. Talk about the damage received as well. Not looking like they've been a part of any bad fight, because all the utilities are looking pretty much pristine for the side of A1 Esports, as they've got the information down towards that final player of TRZ for the moment.
There is no other way that TRZ's player is going to survive in that situation. Either he will bleed off, or either he will be giving that kill to that zone, because if he needs to make a rotation, he just needs to flank and go in the blue for a longer way, and for that he needs more and more bets, and he has just had that one bet. Now it is down to 3 teams and 7 players still alive, and mind you, 1 player for NRZ is still in the blue. But A1 Esports making a move. 6 white takes one more knock. Chiku goes down, and PX Esports the moment they fall down to the players, I guess A1 Esports will get that chicken dinner eventually. Indeed, it does. Playzone takes down the last player from TRZ, and it was an A1 Esports show again in the game of Miramar.
Wow, wow, wow. This is just phenomenal. What a perfect play this was coming in from A1 Esports. What a perfect day it has been for A1 Esports, indeed, is what I would say. 10 kills is what this team has had. 2193 damage dished out throughout. And again, the quickest Miramar that I've been part of over the years that I've been
Indeed.
part of PUBG Mobile, indeed, because this was just every single place that you look at, from IPG to A1 Esports to their intentions to, of course, just perfect plays coming in from all the teams, I would say.
I guess the player just forgot that it was not Sanhok.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, I mean, another team to actually bring up and talk about is going to be Rude Dude. You know, honestly, Rude Dude has been absolutely mesmerizing in terms of the way that they are taking on those fights. And this time around, I mean, PX Esports also showcased that they are here to make it prove that they have what it takes. They've got the skill and they do know how to be able to take on a team like IPG, and just perfect play. But boy, oh boy, A1 Esports, that rotation that they made, you know, when we did, I also mentioned that that northern rotation that they made into the 5th, 6th zone, it was, I believe, that just worked perfectly for this team, and there was nothing stopping them from taking that chicken dinner.
Indeed, that was a good rotation, but let's head toward the most valuable player of this match, and here comes the hero for A1 Esports, Sinister, into the action. 5 kills. Look at this, 932 damage, and with those mini tap shots, we know how bad, how deadly it can be. Connect just 2 shots and the skull gets broken, and you get that amount of damage, and that's what A1 Esports has been able to do. Survival time of 22 minutes 51 seconds, and as you just mentioned, this has been a good quest Miramar for me too, and I would really agree with you.
Look at that. I mean, top 4 players coming in right here. We've got A1 Esports' Sinister taking 5 kills. I mean, this team got 10 kills in total, and Sinister has 5. Dante has 3. So 8 kills between these two players. Just phenomenal turn of events. And once again, Mehfooz Whitey from IPG standing out. He has got 3 kills with 791 damage in the 19.5-minute survival time that he had. But like, as we move on to the match summary, Sinister is just all over the place.
I guess Sinister, not only, it's also A1 Esports, because Dante also joins in the frame with those maximum assists, and that's what A1 Esports dominated the lobby. Think about just that 6 kill only into the name, but still the players are dominating that match summary. Be it with the longest skill, be it with the highest skill, or that maximum assist, or that highest damage. It's A1 Esports reigning supreme in all those boxes. And with that, PX Esports also joining in with those Chiku, with the use of most utilities used, and they were the team that was able to secure that second total placement points in this match, and with a total of 4 total kills, they were able to secure a total of 16 points. So maybe PX Esports are coming into the groove that we talk about.
Absolutely, but right now, as we were just looking at A1 Esports making such a wonderful turn of events in this game, have still not been able to overcome that first position holder that I do believe still is going to be IPG, but we shall see what that turns out to be in the overall standings. But this time around, XBET were nowhere to be seen, sadly enough. TRZ are trying their level best and are slowly and steadily moving on along and improving. So is Team SANGAI. They've got 3 kills this time around and 4 total points.
Indeed, they have. And the Shanghai 3 kills. This is a thing that means they did take the fight. The thing went into their favor, but somewhere down the line they did falter down. Maybe that over aggression, or maybe a place where they just got vulnerable. Maybe just they wanted to have those fortified area where they can find the compounds, and so to find themselves under into to get away from this heavy cover fire. But some teams, I'm really liking the way they are making a comeback. But A1 Esports, right off the bat, the day has been completely being dominated, and mind you, the 2 games are still left.
Exactly. I was just about to point that out. I mean, yesterday we saw A1 Esports walk away with, off of the 2 games that they played, only 10 points is what they were able to walk away with. But today, right off the bat, from game number 1 till game number 4 right now, we are looking at this team bringing in that consistency. Talking about consistency, IPG has also really been consistent throughout, and thus maintaining that lead that they've got to be on the top of the leaderboard. But eventually, again, that is something that could very well change, because this is only day number 2 that we're part of. As slowly and steadily the days progress on, it is going to be consistency that will stand out. And of course, today VNM Legends is not playing. that is another team that we should actually keep our eyes out towards as well, because yes, they will be playing tomorrow, and that is where I believe it's going to get that much more intense.
Indeed, it will be, but let's head to the Oppo F19 Pro moments. And as just mentioned, the fastest Miramar that both of us has been part of. Straight off the bat, we saw many teams coming into the fight, and the best part for all these teams was that none of the team was shying away from taking the fight into their hand.
Absolutely, but this time, this fight, right, the Unstoppables fight, this I just did not understand. The way they pushed on, they knew NRZ was there, but still were not able to. Just sad state of affair. But indeed, this is the fight that we do have to talk about. Fury from SLX, they held their ground for quite a long time. They tried to. There's no two ways about it.
Indeed, Fury did give a good resistance for one time, and a grenade was lobbed in, a pre-cooked grenade in which even esports player fell trapped to. But sadly, it was the number games at the end of the day. 3 players charging in, it becomes so difficult, and with the help of those utilities, it becomes so impossible to take players down. And also, taking the fact that Fury didn't have much of space to move around.
Absolutely, and that fight that we just kind of missed out or skipped out on was the PX Esports fight, and that was also phenomenal turn of events, because Terror as well as Chiku, they held their fort really well. As you move on to the overall rank, and yes, it is IPG who has been consistent enough to be able to still maintain that lead over A1 Esports, but for how long is going to be the conversation, because yes, it's working out really good for them, but for how long? There are still 2 games remaining for the day. We've got Sanhok coming up, after which is going to be Erangel, but amongst all of this, when you talk about that first page, 7C Esports, the way this team has played on day number 1, with just 4 games, they are still at the 3rd position with 73 points.
Indeed, with 73 points, it's still the team, the only team I would say, with just 4 matches, but still holding on the stronghold on the first half of the chart. They are on the 3rd, and mind you, once they come into action, we know how bad they are, how destructive they go once they come into the lobby. So it's a good time for all these players to have a party and to be on the first half of the chart, as long as 7 Esports doesn't come in the lobby. But with that, Python TZ, let's talk about this team. 4 matches, they were in that group when they did secure 32 points, but some teams are also playing really good. Unstoppable X, we just saw them perishing down. That could have been a different affairs had the players not fell down the way they actually did. But TREX again on that 24th position in the last game. We also saw TREX on the 24th position. So it means that they were not able to secure at least a single point from this match.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to the final page, we do have TRZ Extreme going back to that 31st position, and Team SANGAI. Now, these are the only 2 teams that are at the uttermost bottom half of this leaderboard, and the only 2 teams who've played 6 games but sadly have not been able to convert them. SANGAI, this time around, we did see them take some really good fights and have been able to change their play a bit more synergistic, but hopefully that story continues on for Team SANGAI and be able to, genuinely walk away from that bottom half of that leaderboard.
Indeed, TREX was at one time on the last half of the chart from that 24 to 32, but 25 to 32. But right now they are on 24th position. They might feel a bit safer now, but still it's the early stage of the game. But you need to be at that top 24, because the top 24 only will aggress, not the teams that are from 25 to 32. So the teams need to ring their alarm bell at this point, because once the game goes into action and the game goes into its own course, the pace will be set up in a way that none of the teams will be wanting to go on into 25 to 32, and then it will become a bit difficult for themselves.
Absolutely, Ankit. Couldn't have said it any better. But with that, we've got 2 more games remaining on this day number 2. We are going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook up your fun. It's been an exhilarating ride thus far. 4 games are done between the entire groups that we've seen. It has been phenomenal play for A1 Esports. No two ways about it. Same can be said for IPG because they are so
Yeah.
consistent. But now, as we move on to the 5th game of the day, Sanhok is going to be coming right up. What are your predictions, Ankit? What team do you think should be the one that should take this chicken dinner?
I mean, there is no two ways about it that I don't go for Root Dude because the way they have been playing all the games, be it with the Sanhok, be it with the
True.
Miramar, or be it with the Erangel, and the next game when it's all about aggression and those quick rotation, Root Dude is the one that I'll be really having my keen eyes upon. But what do you think about it?
I completely agree. I mean, I was just about to say that you kind of stole the words out of my mind, dude, because Rude Dude is that one team. I honestly did not expect this team to be so good. They are genuinely just showcasing to the entire lobby that they are wanting to dominate. They've got what it takes. They've got the skill. They've got the communication on point. They've got the synergy on point. All it is that well, they do end up taking too many fights. I think they need to understand a little bit more of the gameplay itself, a little bit more based on the rotation itself, and then perhaps they can actually be the ones taking away chicken dinners from the entirety of the lobby because they've been part of some phenomenal fights, is what I would say, because their skill is just so much on point. So yeah, that would be that one team that I do want to see take a chicken dinner for today. Sanhok or Erangel, whatever, whichever map. I mean, it's just one of those teams that when you look at that team, they are proving their mettle, simply put. But with that
Exactly.
conversation, as you move along, X Brothers yesterday did showcase some really good plays, but today though are on the down low, really, really
Exactly.
down low.
I mean, I cannot understand the way they are trying to aggress to the fight. Sometimes they are looking good, but most of the times they have been caught in the rotation and the breathing space that they were given in the first of the day. That has not been the case until now. I haven't seen any team dominating in from the sides of Group A, be it be bots in pajamas, or maybe DoD, or maybe PX Esports. In the last game, PX Esports did secure that second position, but apart from that, that has been an absolute good performance coming in from the sides of Group D. So I really want some more team from Group A to join in, as it can be Bots in Pajamas, or maybe Team Sangai, or maybe Team SLX.
Again, now that's another good conversation to be had, right? Talk about Team Sangai. We've been bringing that up. I've been bringing that up again and again. TRZ Extreme as well as Sangai are the two teams that are not doing good, that are not consistent enough, are not looking like they're going to be a part of the top 24. But it seems like Sangai has understood a little bit of that aggressive
Yeah.
stance and are now genuinely taking that sort of a pace into the game and are converting really wonderful fights into their favor and walking away with some points.
Indeed, it is, but still some lackluster performance from their side, and just
True.
because of that, they are on the third and fourth half of the chart. They have been on a cliffhanger from third to fourth and back and forth, but I really want them to make a comeback. And Group D has been a complete domination. Beat A1 Esports, Team 4X, IPG. So these three, four teams, and maybe unstoppable. Guess what? If X Brothers comes and joins the party, Group D will be a group of death.
So true. So true indeed. Because again, I mean, when you talk about the way these teams are playing, it is just absolutely ludicrous sort of a performance that was unexpected, at least from my side. But that is what the game is. You just start off with the tournament and you expect, all right, we've got A1 Esports in there, you've got VNM Legends in there, and they are the ones who will be dominating. But the Dark Horse has come into play. And they completely change the play and the expectation of the entirety of the saga, right?
Indeed, but one more thing, I just forgot to mention Team 4MX. How can you forget about this team? This was the team that created the opening, the third party situation in the early game stage of Miramar. So one more team
Right.
from Group D. So multiple teams apart from Unstoppable, or teams like X Brothers. Rest of the teammates have been absolutely looking top notch, and I just really want some teams from Group A to chime in, beat BPX Esports, because the last match carrying in the momentum is the only thing I really want from them. So that this can be a thing that can go into the favor. But what do you think about Team 4AM in the game, especially of Sanhok?
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about team T4M, right? And that team is, yes, really, really good. And they
Yeah.
did showcase some perfect plays as well. But another team that I haven't really seen them play that well. They're okay, is what I would say. Not to bring them down in terms of their gameplay or whatever. But the chat has been absolutely pushing forth from day number one itself for DoD. Now,
Yeah.
DoD is one team that the chat really wants to support and push on forth because they love the team.
Yep.
But I kind of miss what exactly is going on between DoD and their playstyle itself, because it's almost as if they haven't really found that footholding as of now. And again, keeping my fingers crossed that hopefully they will soon enough, because well, there aren't many days remaining, there aren't many games that these teams are going to be able to get, because the lead that's been
Yeah.
created on that first page is so very massive compared to the third and the fourth.
Indeed, the first team, the teams that are on the first half of the chart are just running away with the total points. And as you just mentioned, the chat has been spamming with the DoD supporters. So I guess a lot of prayer is required for DoD, and I guess blessing works and blessing helps, and continuous
True.
blessing, continuous heart spam with all the teammates and all the players can help DoD shine. But DoD Esports, if you have brought the conversation down towards the line, I would really like to add one more thing, that at one point DoD were looking strong when they were taking the fight against some other teams, but sooner or later the team didn't look that good, because at this point, just talk about rude team, rude dude, because rude dude,
Right.
when they go for a push, all the four player come into action, but that didn't go in the favor of DoD Esports. So they just need to recalibrate and need to regroup and need to rethink that what other things can we do in order to counterfeit all the players, and then they can have a very good sailing.
Absolutely. I mean, perfectly said once again. There's just no two ways about it that when it comes to Rude Dude, the communication is just so on point. You know, they create those flank angles perfectly. They are just spot on whenever they know that this is where the crosshairs need to be set up. Their flank angles are absolutely on point to be able to give that cover fire and be able to retaliate, as we've seen them do time and again and again. I mean, they take on IPG, they take on A1 Esports, and so on and so forth. So again, I mean, Rude Dude, yes, this team is certainly going to be one of those teams to look out for when as the tournament progresses on. But along with that, I mean, the entirety of the saga is A1 Esports. What a brilliant day it has been for them. They
Yeah,
started off on,
absolutely.
I believe, 24th in the overall standing with only 10, 11 points. And now they are second on the overall standings, getting so very close to IPG.
That's what chicken dinner helps you in a way or the other. Two chicken dinners for the day for A1
Right.
Esports, and they have really stood up their number, and some sparkly performance also in the last game. Also, they were not allowing the players from TRZ NRZ to come into the zone that was trying to come in, but Sinister in the last match with those tap shots from Mini. In the game of Sanhok, we don't see a lot of Mini action and some DMR action, but we really see those close range fight. And in close range fight, A1 Esports have also edged upon again Rude Dude in the game of Erangel. So the day has been completely dominated by 2-3 teams, and any conversation we talk about, Rude Dude comes in.
Absolutely does. Every single time it has to. There's just now no separating that team from aggression to those wonderful moments. And oh, by the way, another wonderful moment to talk about, or rather, mm, a forgettable moment for the side of Unstoppable X is going to be from the previous game. We
Yeah.
saw that team push on to that compound. That was so unnecessary. They knew TRZ's right there. He knew that that team had been pushing on and had been hunkering down into that compound for quite some time. I believe it was NRZ, not TRZ. But still, that push, I still am trying to understand why was that even necessary? Or what do you think, Akit? Like, what could have been going on in the mindset of those players?
I mean, they just didn't read the exact positioning of the players. Maybe they were thinking because that was an elongated compound. So they just, maybe this is just a thought from my side. Maybe they were expecting the players to be on the another end, and this is what
Maybe.
lack of info can come to you at any point, because Unstoppables one player was on that dome for a long time, and at one point he was being pincered down by NRZ, and it was looking very fathom for
Yes.
him. But once the reinforcement came, I guess that it's the time when Unstoppable X will flourish, but it was another case. They instead perished.
Exactly. I mean, the communication was, I'd rather believe the communication was not shared. You know, that one player from Unstoppable was able to push on towards the side of NRZ's approach towards that entire saga. But then that communication should have been actually resulted down to the entirety of the team as well of Unstoppable. Another thing that I noticed was there was no utilities being utilized. They knew, if at all, they did not even have that information. They at least had an idea. So utilities are
Exactly.
your best friends in those sort of situations. That is what you should be utilizing those utilities for. But sadly, that was not the case. I'm sure, I'm 100%, like I said, I mean, a forgettable moment for the side of Unstoppable, but I'm sure that they should definitely go back to that moment from the stream and try and rework the strategy when it comes to these sort of opportunities, because the team is good. There's no two ways about it. They've got the
Exactly.
skill and they do know how to take a fight. They've got that mindset as well. But if you end up going down with such silly mistakes, then it's just sad to see. But along with that, to let our viewers know, we are going to be jumping in. We're not just going to be talking again and again, Joe, what we're doing right now, because we've got the game on our screens and we'll be jumping right into the lobby with Sanhok.
Indeed, straight away into the game. That means the viewers don't need to watch our saddy face for more long an hour, and that means that we are in the game of Sanhok TRZ onto our TV screen. We are talking about this team in the last game also. TRZ Esports from Group A. They came far in the game of Miramar in the last game, but at a point, at a position, but they were pinched down in the same compound, and Zone was also pushing them, and eventually he did fall now. But for now, it seems that they are looking strong. They are moving in a way that they have no idea about where the other players are, but already the alive rank standing, I can see IPG has been dealt with some damage, and some serious blows has been drawn to DoD, because he has been the team all in all has been brought down to just one player.
Ouch moment indeed. We were just talking about DoD and hoping and expecting that team to shine and outshine the competition, but sadly is not the day. Sadly is not the case. Hopefully that will change. But as we move along, we've got the second airdrop being brought on, and an AWM on Sanhok. Don't see the appeal to it, but I'm sure certain players love it.
Indeed, it is. The weapon that is inside it must not be appealing, but that red smoke is a bit of appealing. 8x is there. We don't see much of DMR shots. We don't see much of bolt action shots. But another day, another game, there can be any strat that can come upon, and we can be surprised at the moment. And right now, TREX is just trying to surprise the players because he has spotted down some of the players downtown, down the line. And yes, he has actually spotted. He is crouching down just in order to make sure that he doesn't receive any shot, because he doesn't know the actual position of the rest of the player. But the good thing for him is that the players from the sides of TREX are in a split. That means more and more info will be gathered.
Absolutely will be. For now,
Ooh.
we are 10 minutes into this, and we've got some wonderful skills being showcased from T-Rex's player when it comes down to that buggy, and was interestingly enough not damaged whatsoever at all. So that's really good. Absolute perfect, precise thinking from that dude's thinking. But eventually, again, I mean, reaction is what I meant. But eventually, as this game moves on along, this is Sanhok. Last game was Miramar. In 24 minutes, the game was done, and right here we've got 11 minutes in, and still not a lot of fights being taken.
Indeed, this is a bit of surprising thing, because in the last game of Miramar, player needs to draw the inspiration from it, because this is something that we don't expect in the game of Sanhok. Early fight, and in these types of extreme shift. So this is pretty much evident, I guess. The way the circle has panned out, the ways the circle has shifted, most of the team and most of the player are busy making rotation, and that's the reason, I guess, that's none of the team are in a bit of scuffle or skirmish, apart from one team that is brought down to just one player, and that is of Demons of Dispatch, DoD for you.
Exactly, and that was, of course, the IPG, the team that was, of course, looking pretty comfortable and good onto the top of that leaderboard, was the one that was able to bring down the players of DoD, along with which, as we talk about the zone itself, the zone has gone down towards the Northern Island, and we've got all the teams slowly and steadily trying to push on along. And right here, we've got TRZ kind of gatekeeping, and it is going to be Team Sangai. Sadly enough, that will not be able to make this rotation, will not be allowed to rather get into the zone from this area at least.
They are out in the blues. This is the they are out in the zone, and Team Sangai is a bit of tricky situation, because still they are 4 men strong, but they have that lower ground advantage, and T-Rex knows it well how to capitalize on all these things. Goku is just trying to create that flank angle. 370 meter is all what they have to go into that zone, and look at this beautiful split. 2-1-1 split. The players are moving, and some of the players from the backhand side are trying to give the cover fire at the right moment, if in any case, if things can go against them. So the moment they just try to cross those bridge and those water areas, maybe they can be in a situation where Team Shanghai can spot them down. But if they fire the shot, and just imagine T-Rex going on to the other side of the shore, then they can be in that destructive situation.
Another AWM. I mean, honestly, this seems like the PUBG gods are trolling the players. They honestly are trolling the players. They are
The zone has
lurking the
also been,
players.
if you have to look about that, lot of.
Yep, it has. Honestly, Ankit, yep.
Indeed, and you have that tactical stock in it. That means the player that use the M416 or maybe those assault rifles can have those all attachments in it. But level 3 kit is all in all what they offered to us. But Unstoppable are sort of unstoppable in this match because Team 4MX have already faced the brunt of being eliminated by one player, and also some of the players are facing the brunt as TRZ's players are going down one by one. Unstoppable onto the edge of the circle, they can gatekeep the situation, but this is not looking good because TRZ Esports are very much in the open. IPG has a very good ground advantage. TRZ need to fall off and disengage as soon as possible, and sooner or later they will. But FPS again in the game of Sanhok in the first day, in the first day of Sanhok, we saw FPS with some brilliant game coming up. Again, it's his map. I guess the same performance can be multiplied.
Absolutely can be. And once again, we do see IPG's Dictator being the one who is taken on the shots for TRZ. And TRZ have already got two of their players knocked, not looking too good. And of course, the utility being utilized from the side of Dictator. He's just dictating this fight the way he seems fit. And it is just turning in his favor once again, over and over. Every single time when you talk about IPG, their placement and their rotation is the reason this team is so very consistent. And whatever position that they always do not shy away from a fight. And this is what has resulted in, of course, given the team 5 defeats already.
Finishing things off for Team TRZ, and the final knock, final finish coming in with Dictator with that arm. We were talking about this thing that which player is gonna take that, and I guess it's Dictator this time. Dictator again in the game of Miramar also, he was the flanker, he was the one that used to go for that opening, and I guess he is the one from the sides of IPG that is the star player. And look at that split. IPG is Sensei on the one side and Mahfouz and Dictator on to the another side. The player and the team has already been brought down to 3 players, but they are just fearless.
They certainly are. And again, along with that, it is, of course, the zone that is favoring them as well. It was just made for them, simply put. The way IPG have a footholding in this zone is looking phenomenal. But as you so perfectly mentioned, it is a 3-man army. And when it comes to A1 Esports, they are going to be chiming in along into that action real quick as well as you move the conversation down towards the side of PX Esports' Terror as well as T4M. Well, there seems to be a little bit of a stalemate situation because we did just see T4M lose 2 of their players, so they are probably going to be at the back end, not going to take a fight, just try and work towards those placement points and slowly and steadily, because again, all 15 teams are still part of the lobby.
Indeed, none of the team indeed has been eliminated, but caught in the open, Marcos goes for one knock, and some new meta are actually arriving, and these players are so well versed and have practiced so much that even Beryl with that 3x spray, that is a streamlined, a laser guided spray, and all thanks to those practices that the players do day in day out, setting up their alarm, and just because of that we are seeing some real fight coming in. But Rude Dude again making things up, 2 kills already onto the name. They are up against TRZ Extreme. TRZ Extreme, the team that has again and again faltered down. This time again they are faltering down one by one, and this is one thing that will hurt the most. This fight, they at least need to win something out of it.
They most certainly should try, because after all, we've been talking about Rude Dude, and Rude Dude do not run away from a fight. Yes, they did take a knock, but after all, the way this team every single time jumps into a fight, it is guns blazing from all the angles because they know their flanks. But TRZ is extreme right there, where we can see Critical making a wonderful turn of opportunity into his favor. But look at that again. I mean, the positioning, the understanding, the reading from the team of Rude Dude is so very phenomenal. On the other tangent, on the other side of the gameplay altogether, it is A1 Esports that has just been able to bring down the team.
Just don't understand the way of what sort of strategies, what sort of mindset with which TRZ Extreme are coming into the lobby, because at one point, one player was being knocked down and he was in that small compound. At that point, TRZ Extremes could have gone for those push. Eventually, they could have got that 1 kill, but that was not the case. They just waited the player to get the revive, and once all the 4 players were on the feet, it was all easy for them, and they had taken the fight in their own way. But let's head towards some more fight where Dude, when coming out of the compound, they just didn't realize that Team 4M is in that neighborhood, and they have already gotten those sound cues, and just because of that they have been severely punished. But some more fights are also erupting on the Camp Alpha main island, main compound, where Unstoppable, it seems that they are being challenged, they are being stopped, and XBROTHER, they just need to shine to outshine other in this match.
That is so very true, because right here we see X Brothers are in control of this fight. They've got the utilities working in their favor. They have the Unstoppables on their move and on the run. But for how long? Because again, the utilities barrage is just not stopping from the side of X Brothers. They've got so much of information. They know exactly where Extoppable are going to be, Unstoppable are going to be, because based on the circle itself, based on the blue zone being brought on along, it is not for long that this team is going to have to survive. Because after all, I mean, X Brothers, they're just not stopping. They are just pushing on along from one utility after the other. They've been able to get knocks, and 2 players have already been knocked, and now they've got the information for the remaining 2 as well. This is looking like a conversation that was done and written already.
I mean, exactly the way you said, a scripted thing again and again. Unstoppable. They just needed to find themselves away from here. And XBROTHER, now realizing the fact that they have lost a lot of time, they're just also not waiting for the players to bleed off. Eventually, the players will bleed off. The first hit has been dropped down, but Merciful, for how long will he survive? I guess once he vault out from this window and vault out from these windows, he just need to find himself. But XBROTHER Fazil, realizing the fact, he will take the kill. He is just waiting for the player to come into the zone, and this is a graveyard situation. And I just don't understand how Merciful will survive. And again, Merciful is the player, is the key factor, the X factor that Unstoppable needs to. He just needs other player to step up and give that coordination that Unstoppable is really lacking at this point. For 6 first hit
Absolutely.
are there for in the pocket, but for how long? That's the question.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, we did see Unstoppable's Merciful being the final man surviving, but as far as his teammates were concerned, they were all given away their first aids to the lad, and that is, of course, based on the fact that he is supposed to just try and have the heal battle to himself, because that's all that he can do. The circle is so very close to him, yet he cannot be a part of it. We've got 10 teams remaining, 20 minutes into the game. This is an all-out war, but so many teams, as we do see, are outside the zone, and this is not looking good. But boy, oh boy, talk about Merciful wanting to take that final fight. He has been able to do so, and he has been able to convert that into a kill for
Yeah.
himself.
Merciful has got that revenge. Fazil, he has taken Fazil down, and Fazil was the one that dealt the detrimental damage. He drew the Holocaust that one team that was Unstoppable that fell prey into, and this is one thing that can go into his favor. But IPG holding this angle, holding this area and this rock, this high advantage can be in their favor as long as zone doesn't push them to go out of it. And once it does, the question is how will they go?
Absolutely. With that, we've got DoD trying his level best, AJ, but was not able to suffice, because after all, it is looking like IPG were the ones who were in control, and DoD has been sent back into the lobby. A beautiful turn of events. We've got AON Esports surviving with only 1 player, and IPG 12 defeats to this team. Boy, oh boy, talk about creating a lead. This team is on the top of the leaderboard, but with this kind of stats being brought on from this map of Sanhok, this is absolutely decimating the lobby with the kind of points that this team is able to accumulate for themselves.
Indeed, and close to half of the total kills that IPG has been able to secure. 5 kills have been secured by the player, the last player surviving still from the sides of IPG. But the now question is, how will they be making an entry? That was a thing that I was having my eye upon, but Bots in Pajamas, now they have a very good chance as they are looking strong. Coming in from the southern side, they are still stuck in the blues. But SLX, we were talking about this team, that can they make an entry? Can they make up a mark? And yes, it is. They are into the zone. They are holding that edge of the zone where they are also having that number advantage. And they have a very clear angle where the ex-brother players are. And Sherlock Venom has been taken down. King will give the revival. But once the players stand up on the feet, they need to pop out the smoke as soon as possible.
They most certainly do, because again, I mean, the information has certainly been relayed to the side of SLX, and there is nothing stopping them from taking this fight, because the circle is favoring them. And absolutely, when it comes to X Brothers, there is no way that they're going to be able to get out of that situation. First things first, of course, it is going to be the zone damage itself that will bring them down, and SLX is what this game is written out for from the looks of it. But we shall have to see, of course, because there is still not the end, but it is so very close.
Indeed, but I'm surprised because Bots in Pajamas get eliminated. I just guessed whether they could have been one thing that had gone into the favor, but a final grenade coming in, but no is answered. Play zone is what the kill has been denied to an SLXUNB from Group A. Finally, a startling performance, and I'm really happy for one team, that is SLX, because it's the only team from Group A that has shined in this match. A total of 4 kills. 19 point. Damage has been a bit less, but all you just need to have is the total points, and they have in their bag now.
Exactly, they're walking away with those 19 points, 4 kill points and 15 chicken dinner points, thus resulting them on the 9th position. So pretty decent performance is what I would say. Again, I mean, this proves to show that not every single time do you have to have, kill department being the one overtopping every other stat, because after all, if you work towards just slowly and steadily working towards those placement points, eventually you bring up a consistency that will still help you in the overall ranking, and that is what SLX has showcased absolutely perfectly. But domination, there's no two ways about it, was of course IPG with those 12 kills, I believe. It is just bonkers. You cannot even anticipate that sort of a kill department coming in from that team, but they've done it. And the points that they've accumulated based on that is just going to be a massive lead, I think.
Indeed, it will be, because they were able to secure a lot of kills and stack up their numbers. But let's head toward the most valuable player from this match, and from this same thing, the domination that he was talking about, IPG Mahfouz Whitey. So now this player, all in all, has impressed me a lot. In the last game of Miramar also, he was a player from IPG that really did shine in this game of Sanhok. Apart from the maps, he does play, the performance remains the same, and 5 kills, 905 damage in the game of Sanhok. This is a massive number. If we have to talk about it, this is a complete stats of a team. This could have been a complete stats of a team.
It certainly could have, absolutely, because again, I mean, Mahfouz Whitey, talk about consistency being the most valuable player. IPG's Mahfouz is always there. He is just always there. Dictator is very close to him, because again, I mean, this team, IPG, they just do not know how to stop, and that is, whenever it comes to stop, they know how to kill. That's the only way they stop. They are power fights. Indeed. And they just dominate, and that is every single time that's the reason every single time we see Mahfouz Dictator be a part of it, along with which we've got Sanhok being a part of this top 4 player list, as well as a Rude Dude chiming in. This is good.
Indeed, this is definitely good, and a great show of camaraderie is being shown down from the sides of IPG, where Mahfouz and Dictator are both giving a lot of coordination and complementing each other, and that's just because of that we are seeing them again and again in that match summary and MVP rank. But for now, match summary on its way, where highest kill is gone to the name of IPG's Mahfouz, and Rude Dude gets the longest kill for the match, and that is Nightmare with 231 meter longest kill. Mahfouz with that 905 damage. Rare FPS with most utilities used was 8, and assist was also from his team. But look at this, IPG got third in this match, but just because they got that 12 kills makes a total of 22 and puts even above SLX.
Absolutely. Another happy performance coming in is going to be XBeT with those 6 kills, 12 placement points, giving them that 18-point scorecard is looking pretty phenomenal. Same can be said for Bots in Pajamas as well, because they had kind of been lacking in terms of the points, and this time around walking away with the 11 points that they've got based on the 8 placement points and 3 kills is going to be GG play for them. But move on the conversation, it is going to be Team SANGAI once again looking pretty decent, I would say, because last time also they did end up walking away with a few kills. This time as well, they're doing the same, so that sort of consistency is going to work in their favor. But TRZ Extreme is not looking good.
Indeed, also TREX onto that last position, but these are the Oppo F19 Pro moments that brings afresh to the memories with, and I would love to see how Team 4AM would take the fight against BFS Esports. And this was a fight that I actually wanted to go into the favor of TRZ Extreme, but I really didn't understand. Critical held that angle, held that TPP advantage, but Fardeed had that better opportunity for himself, and he was taken down, and final nail in the coffin was brought down from the sides of Rude Dude.
Absolutely. I mean, Brutu's reading of the gameplay over there in that compound was just bang to perfection, and it was played to perfection in such a beautiful way that it's almost like they're breathing the game, and that's how good they are when it comes to the synergy that team has got. But along with that, talk about synergy playing on to another level, it is IPG with 107 points to this team, 56 placement points, 51 kills, What is going to stop this team? I have no idea, but I do want to say we've got A1 Esports, we've got 7Cs, we've got VNM Legends, so, and still a lot of days remaining, so you never know.
Indeed, and IPG is just running away with all those points. The first team to get the century mark, so this is a good sign for IPG. Consistent performance. They have just got the one chicken dinner number. A1 Esports have eventually got two, but they are still a lot of point behind IPG. I guess maybe 19 to 20 point is what A1 Esports still need to overpass and trespass IPG. But bots in pajamas. So a lot of team from Group A also chiming in because DoD also played good. BIP played good in the last match, but SLX with that chicken dinner into the name, straight from that third or fourth chart into the second half of the chart at the 9th position. Now they are looking decent. Now they are looking good.
They most certainly are. There's nothing stopping these teams, and eventually, again, when it comes to the gameplay itself, every single team is trying to showcase the best of their ability, and that is working in favor of all these teams in the top 24. When we moved on from that 24 list down to the 32 is where things go a bit haywire, but I shouldn't really be pointing that out too much as well, because of course we've said that already so many times. And for example, we've got of course a team like Team SANGAI that is now finally showcasing that yep, we can change, we can improve, and they are doing.
Indeed, but look at this. At 24, TREX is already there. The consistency with which last three matches TREX is holding that 24 position is really hurting their chances, because in the three match they haven't been able to secure a significant point in order to go away maybe from the sides of team from the table of from the point of 24 to 23 or maybe to 22. So TREX really need to up their ante, because still one game is left, and again I'll be saying 24 position is not where team would be really liking to sit at.
No, absolutely not. Because again, I mean, we've spoken about this. 24 teams are the ones that will move on fourth from the 32 that we have, 31 that we have as of now. And in that conversation, if you're at the almost like the edge of the knife, pretty much, right, on the 24th, you don't know till the final day. One good game and another team in the bottom half will be able to topple over. So it is going to be these days that you have to create that massive lead like IPG is trying. And again, I mean, we've got, as you so perfectly mentioned, that we've got one game remaining. That's going to be on Erangel, where all of these teams hopefully will bring in a dominating play. With that, stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to the final game on day 2 of PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. If we've been part of 5 games, Ankit, one final game remaining on Erangel, dude. This time around, I mean, not yesterday, sorry, the previous game, I did ask you the same thing, and we were expecting Rude Dude to hopefully be able to take that chicken dinner. Do you want to stick to the same prediction, or do we want to change it?
I really want some more teams coming in from the sides of Group A. Maybe this time bots in pajamas, but the way Group D,
True.
especially Group D, has dominated in the game of Erangel, I guess they will be not leaving any stone unturned for Group A, and they will not be leaving anything for Group A. So Group D, I guess again any team, be it be A1 Esports team, 4AM, or maybe again IPG, because the onslaught that we see from the sides of IPG is just impeccable.
It certainly is. There's no two ways about it. I mean, the way the team has been performing, as it's just absolute ludicrous mode turned on basically from IPG, and consistency. Consistency is on another level altogether
Yep.
from that team, because every single game that they're part of, they do end up getting at least 3 to 4 kills, and they do end up being a part of the top 8 to the top 6, and that is just really, really phenomenal, because that's going to give you that much more points and eventually cement your lead into the overall ranking. But along with that, I mean, do you think, could we expect an A1 Esports chicken dinner, a third chicken dinner for the day?
Maybe that will be a bit more to ask for if we talk about A1 Esports, but fans would be really chiming in and supporting their team, as I can already see in the chat box. But if we say consistency, I really resonate it with IPG, the way they have been
Right.
consistent throughout the course of this 7-8 matches that they have played. And I guess that's the time then they can most make the most of the situation, because once 7C Esports from B comes into the action, they will be start dominating, they will start annihilating. So now is the time, now is the moment. One last match, they can increase their lead to such an extent where 7C Esports will also be challenged, and then it will come down to between both these teams.
Exactly, because again, I mean, what I'm left thinking about is, so earlier we spoke about X Brothers in the pre-game segment, and then the game that happened ended up resulting in X Brothers actually performing really good. When we spoke about
Yeah.
DoD, sadly did not end up becoming the case. But with that, we've got the flight path on our screens going down from east to west. We've got Milta Power to Hospital region is where the flight path is, kind of dissecting the map into 2 equal halves, and this is going to be absolutely comfortable spot and drop location for so many of these teams.
Indeed, it will be. But Nova Repnoy again, it's the IPG stronghold. It's the IPG fort that they enjoy to go to. SX again and again going towards the area of Milta Power. They will be looting. So it's a place. It's an extreme eastern side of this Erangel map where not a lot of team loves to go, and there is a very less chance of zone being formed down. So SLX will be not indulging themselves into fight in the early stage of game, and that is one thing that I will really looking upon to, because SLX, because in the last game they did secure chicken dinner, and the same thing, if that goes and they carry the same sort of momentum in this match, they can still, if not get that chicken dinner, close to 18 or 20 point, and that will be helping shoot up their number.
Absolutely, completely agree with that. I mean, now finally, when it comes down to the homework that these teams have been doing, it is looking like all of them have found their own individual spots and drop locations, right? But as you were just so perfectly mentioning, when it comes to the Reploy, it is always IPG. In fact, when it comes to the military base altogether, the island itself, it's only IPG that we ever always do end up seeing. On the other tangent, when you talk about the way the teams have got themselves fanned out into the circle, a comfortable circle is what we've got, because all the teams are so very close in pretty much into the zone, apart from two, which is going to be SLX, and of course, as we did just see and talk about, IPG.
Indeed, IPG now they are being challenged, and they already know how to react to this challenge. TREX is one team that has come to the base, and IPG, just because they are dropping down towards this area, so they know how to not let their fort being breached. And just because of that, TREX, they got that early knock into their favor, but Cat will be getting the revival. But one thing is that the Cat Danger and one more player from T-Rex are being engulfed. That means the team from the sides of players from the sides of IPG can make a rotation, and we can already see some players from the sides of IPG are on to the road hand side. So this can be a detrimental thing for IPG. But the players are looking very strong, are trying to give up the fight, but 17s, the ones that are on the TV screen, it seems that they are lacking with those meds and those painkillers and those bandages.
Absolutely, the game just started and it seems like the game's almost about to end for the side of T-Rex because one after the other, they're all just being brought down one next to the other, and eventually it is going to be T-Rex. In the first 3 minutes of the game, why did T-Rex even decide that they could go on to this site? I have no idea, because every single time, if they would have done their homework, they would have noticed that IPG loves the no reply region. But nevertheless, I mean, that has been the case and has resulted in us being a part of a first elimination. That is going to be T-Rex in the first 3 minutes itself, sadly being sent back into the lobby. As we move on along, all the other teams are still looting about, so a lot to expect from the game.
I guess they would have done their homework. It was an interesting drop clash with IPG, but they should have known that if IPG is find out with those approaches, they will surely taking them down, and something else was needed from the sides of T-Rex. It's okay if you go for that drop location clashes, but you need to have that X factor in you, and certainly this was not the case. And just because of that, an early elimination from their sides, and already we are down to the 14 teams, and what a day it has been. Be any game, any Miramar, any Sanhok or Erangel. Eventually the shocker came at this Miramar that just ended in, I guess, 23 to 22 minutes.
Absolutely did. I mean, that was just absolute phenomenal turn of events indeed, because the teams are just so aggressive. Groups A and D, they are trying to bring in the best buck that they possibly can, showcasing the entirety of their skill to us, and that is what we need. That is what the viewers need as well. Now, moving on into the game itself, it is 6ix9ine boy from A1 Esports who seem to have taken a wrong turn, and T4M has been able to punish him absolutely perfectly.
I mean, this is a very early dent that has been brought down on the sides of A1 Esports. Jax, Dante, Sinister still surviving, but 6ix9ine, we have seen this player, the caliber that it holds, and a gobsmacking player from their side that has been brought down to the knees and has been early eliminated. So this is a thing that A1 Esports really needed to deter away from their sides, but no is the answer, as Team 4M did take down this player from their side, and it seems that he was sort of isolated and very much away, and just because of that he was taken down.
Absolutely, that is just a sad state of affair indeed. But again, it is A1 Esports. You do know for a fact, even if there's a one-man strong remaining in the lobby, he will certainly decimate whatever goes through him or comes across his crosshairs, and that is what A1 Esports is made up of. Talking about DoD though, now DoD is a team that is looking pretty comfortable when it comes to the zone itself. They are almost about 70-80 meters away, and as far as the region itself is concerned, they don't have a lot of teams to worry about for the moment. But also another point is going to be, after the looting is done, what sort of a rotation is this team going to be making? As we can clearly see, they were part of the hospital apartment region.
Indeed, they are at the hospital apartment region. Now they just need to find all those Dashias and those vehicles. And I just saw that one only single Dacia that they were just trying to make a rotation with. And that can be something that can get tricky if you are caught in the crosshair of the opponent team. And once it does, you can be surely taken down. So the first priority, according to me, will be from their side to get away from those one vehicle, and indeed at least get 2-3 vehicles. There are a lot of vehicles spawned near that Georgiopol area, but for now NRZ Esports just trying to clear out all these shacks and all these wooden compounds, just not realizing the fact that there's Nightmare has already spotted them from another angle. So NRZ Esports, a very bad front foot that they are putting in, because they have no idea where the Roots player are actually positioned.
Absolutely, I mean, Rude Dude's nightmare right there, actually creating a nightmare for the other players, roaming around the map with a machete, is just phenomenal turn of events indeed. Quite an aggressive dude, I would say, but eventually, again, that is what Rude Dudes are made up of. You know, Rude Dude, that is what this team does. Whatever comes across their crosshair, they will never ever let you go. They will never ever let you drive away or walk away. They are going to take that fight no matter what it takes, and that is exactly what we can see Flex trying to do as well, to get some information, and is certainly therefore on top of that hut. But it seems like the team is not going to be able to get much of the aggression that they wanted to be a part of, or maybe I spoke too soon, because A1 Esports have just walked into the exact same spot.
and all these rotation, all these contestation is going down for the contestation of Potato Hill. Indeed, Dante has been taken down and some grenades are been lobbed down, and Rude Dudes knows the exact position where A1 Esports are actually positioned, but A1 Esports doesn't have a slightest of the idea. The one team can already be there. Now A1 Esports, one player we can see in that back frame, Jax is already there with that open QS, just trying to create that cover fire for all the players. Grenades are being thrown down, but one more grenade takes one more player down, and Jax now, this is all up to him. He needs to actually shut down at least one player, else time is running down for them. And this is again a contestation that we saw in the first game of Erangel when both the team collided. And again, if this time, if Root Dude again comes out, it will be a thing that I will be really shocked about.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, we've seen this happen again and again when it comes between these two teams. They have been trying to take each other out for quite some time. I was talking about rivalry on day number one. Well, we certainly seem to have found a rivalry right here between the group itself, where we've got A1 Esports and Root Dude just being annihilating against each other.
Indeed, some grenades and some important cover fire. That was what all I wanted, and that is what I have gotten to see. Now, Nightmare surviving anyhow, and I just waiting to see where are the other players besides of Blue. But Jax is not stopping. Nightmare caught in the open. He will be taken down as Dante puts the final nail in the coffin, and this time it is A1 Esports taking the best out of the best of Root Dude. And Root Dude, they have been showed lobby. This is not the way. It can be a day for you, but not every time you clash against this big name, and this is A1 Esports for you.
Exactly. I mean, so perfectly spotted indeed. Because of course, when it comes down to the approach that Root Dude had, they had that perfect fan out approach. They were creating that cover as well. Nightmare was going for the flank, and again, when it came down to A1 Esports, it's the experience that the team has. They know how to push on along against a team like that and push like that, and they just played it to perfection. They only lost one player and were able to walk away with 4 kills. So beautiful turn of events indeed for A1 Esports as we move on along. It's only 9.5 minutes into the game, and we are down to 13 teams, 50 players alive.
Indeed, a very early start, a very fast start, I would say, stalking start for all these players. And A1 Esports, although they have lost one player, but they still have all the 3 players tagged up. They just need to disengage from where the Potato Hill is being the red hot site for contestation, because in the minimap we can see multicolored symbol. That means some other teams are also joining the frame, and number disadvantage is what any team can capitalize onto the player of A1 Esports. So A1 Esports, if they want to cement some more lead, some more point, I guess disengagement is what is the need of the hour for themselves.
Most certainly could be the case. And with that, as we move on along towards this fight that is taken over, of course, as you mentioned, on the Potato Hill itself, it is NRZ going up against T4M, and T4M not looking too good. They've got one player already knocked. They've had another player being sent back into the lobby. They've given the information away towards the side of NRZ Esports as players, and NRZ is looking pretty confident in taking on this fight.
Indeed.
Because they also have the upper advantage of being on top of the hill.
I mean, exactly, but I just didn't understand why NRZ at that point where the kill feed was running fast, running hard, they could have done that third-party situation. And at that position, even Esports were really not ready for the push that could have come in. But NRZ Esports, I would say this is a lost opportunity for themselves, because this could have been a thing that could have changed the game for themselves. They are already in a split. That means they have all the sound cues, they have all those information that you need in this game of Erangel. But I guess the circle is concentrating again and again towards the area of Pachinki, towards the area of School and Rozok and Potato Hill. None of the team is just letting go away, because this is a very good place to have your strategized locked on.
Well, Ankit, you were just mentioning about the third party. It seems like A1 Esports now is going to be taking on that third party against NRZ. Maybe, just maybe, because again, there's quite a lot of distance. And with that, we've got the second airdrop coming in with the AWM and, of course, all the level 3 awesomeness that you can possibly expect to have on you every single moment in every single game that you play in the PUBG Mobile Battleground.
Exactly. Today we have seen a lot of green cannon, that AWM being dropped off. In the last game, Dictator finished things off once that knock and finished dead with the help of that AWM. But this is a game where all those tap shots, all those sniper actions can come into play. And as we're just talking about the circle shift, where do you think the circle would go?
Exactly. So all the teams are clustered and down towards the mid, and that's well. There you go. The answer has been given to us. It has also brought the circle down towards the exact same spot, which is now going to imply so many of these teams. TRZ making a really late rotation, have not
Yeah.
gotten any single kill or any point thus far, and now when they try and contest and get into this is going to be a tough situation for TRZ, as they are going to make that rotation against the side of DoD from the looks of it, and this is going to make things a little tough and tricky for this rotation to work out. But eventually, again, when you move on towards the circle itself, towards the zone itself, all the teams are so close now. This is only a matter of few minutes before this turns into a battle that all these teams can be seen, because of course NRZ is so close to A1 Esports, and A1 Esports is so close to, of course, the other two teams that were there as well.
Indeed, it is, and look at that alive rank standing. Just the two teams being eliminated, rest 13 of the teams are still in the lobby. DoD Esports, the moment the circle made a shift, they are trying to go into that zone, and once they go into zone, I guess more and more teams will be spotting down the players, and a good approach coming in, because I just saw the Pochinki compounds are being already held by the players from DoD Esports, and the church compound, that is a good strategy. And in the last game, in the yesterday's game of Erangel, we saw what good stronghold of church can help you in securing a lead, in securing and decimating the team, if you talk about this. But that's the edge of the circle, so you need to find some another compound as well. But some of the teams are also in the rotation. TRZ Esports, do they know as a team as a whole that one team is already in the frame, as White Cat is very much susceptible and vulnerable, because he is sitting on the back seat of the buggy, and we know if any player or any team is sitting on that position, it is really not good for them.
Well, GG indeed, because it seems like they found a compound they can call home for the moment. Of course, there is going to be a team right next to them, but will DoD want to take the fight or not is another conversation that we shall have to answer in a few moments' time. But right now, it is XBeT who are certainly interested in taking a fight against the side of IPG. This is a long fight, as you do call it, Ankit, and eventually, again, a long-range fight that results in nothing for now.
Exactly, until the team and the players loses down on HP on those helmets and vests and gets broken down, and in that case the close range fight can get trickier. But I just forgot to mention, when the circle went for a shift, XBeT sitting right in the dead smack center, holding the school compound. If the next zone again comes into the lab, this is something that XBeT really need and want for themselves. But IPG also not giving away a lot of things from their side. They are coming in from the southern side of the school region, just trying to dominate the area and not let anything come away from their side. But XBeT really have a very good chance, and the split, I love the split, the way XBeT are actually in. But look at this, the circle has gone away from them. That means now XBeT needs to leave the compound, and I can already see one compound on the left hand side of the drop that is still not being contested. So if XBeT gets hold of it, that can be a good situation, but time will only tell what is going to happen.
Absolutely. With that, we do see PX Esports right there jumping into the center of the zone is what they seem to be gunning and rushing towards. And along with that, as we bring across as towards Mr. BBC from Bots in Pajamas, he seems to have taken a little bit of a fancy to be a part of another long-range fight. So eventually, all the teams right now, what they're trying to, of course, be a part of is a safety net. They want to be able to create a safety net in the name of a compound or whatever that they can call home, and then move on into a fight. And that is what we're seeing from so many of these teams. But eventually, the circle is kind of pushing them to be out in the open now.
Indeed, and the way Mr. BBC works out in this favor, he brings a lot of news, a lot of information for his team. Every time I watch him, he just tries to scout down the area with the help of scope he has in his hand. But for now, IPG are in the open, just try to create all those cover with the help of smokes and those vehicles put down. But SLX, meanwhile, they have made a rotation. They are trying to be in the center of the circle, and IPG have heard the sound clues of those vehicles that are being spawned on the back end side. And this can be a sandwich situation maybe for IPG, if from one side SLX can pin them down, and from the back end side if Bots in Pajamas can come down, or XBeT that were already there in the school compounds.
Absolutely. For now, it is looking like IPG certainly want to be able to take fights no matter what area they are, no matter 360 basically is what they're taking fights across. And right now, it is, of course, PX Esports that we've got our camera set on towards, and it was Unstoppable that has already actually kind of hurt the players of PX Esports, because PX Esports have lost two of their members, and that has turned into only the three-man army or two-man army that they are surviving with, I believe, for the moment. But as we move the conversation towards NRZ, they've been a part of this Pareto Hill for quite a long time now, and of course, as they try and make this rotation, they're at the edge. But as they try and get into the zone, as the zone shifts, it probably will be A1 Esports that we can see in the minimap that's going to be in the brown color, that is going to maybe stop NRZ's rotation in tracks. Now, right now, Bad Boy has an idea. Bad Boy is trying to scout ahead and across the entirety of that hill, and we'll see if at all that will make any difference. But my apologies there. PX Esports did get a knock from Unstoppable, as I saw in the kill feed, but has not been confirmed a kill. So PX Esports still does have their player surviving.
Indeed, they have, and the only thing that is separating both the compound, and that is the single road, the single lane road that is laid between both the compound. Even if the lock is brought down, the player needs smoke path to make a close in. But look at this snake and slithery actions coming in from the sides of XBET, slowly and steadily leaving the school compound. They have come very close towards the player of Unstoppable. But now the main question is, does the player from the sides of Unstoppable Claw know and has any information that XBET are very close to them? Once they come very close to them, they can lobby in some grenade and use all those utilities to flush them off. And in that situation, PX Esports can be that party spoiler.
Oh, yes, they certainly can be. And right here, talking about party spoilers, it is IPG's a dictator once again, being a party popper right here, who has got his process set up towards XBrothers. XBrothers is so far away, but it does not matter to Dictator, because he just wants to dictate the game how he sees it. And that is what has resulted in this team every single time annihilating the competition. And they've been keeping their crosshairs set up towards SLX, as well as, again, like we discussed earlier, all across 360. That is what the crosshairs are set from the side of IPG.
Indeed, it is, but Unstoppable just trying to make or break the fight in both the ways. So now the two fights in this situation they have to take in its own course, but Insane has been brought down to its knees. The revival is the key here. If the player gets, all the four player gets onto the knees, this is a thing that can go into the favor. But slowly and steadily, XBrothers players are making a close in, and some random grenades are being thrown down. But I can already see the players from the sides of SLX are also being taken down by bots in pajamas. That means SLX are also not in a good position. PX Esports eventually takes those kills into its frame, into its number, and Sherlock has been put down. But no, Venom also takes Insane down, and this is a ruckus that is being created on all these compounds.
Absolutely, XBrothers were able to chime in along and get into this fight, and of course now they have PX Esports to kind of take care of as well. But along with that, what do we have over here? SLX Esports, that was looking pretty phenomenal all by themselves, have now been hunkered down thanks to bots and pajamas push. And Fury is knocked, Orbit is knocked, and the only player surviving from SLX is the one-man army. And will he be able to keep the push from bots and pajamas four-man squad? No, that will not be the case, and SLX has been eliminated on the 11th position.
Indeed, but it has been quite a lot time that A1 Esports hasn't emerged into the scene. I just really want to see where A1 Esports have actually panned out, because I can already see A1 Esports securing 4 kills. They still have 3 players alive, and if they are brought down to the final circle, they know how to make or break the game. But some grenades are being pulled down from the side of TRZ, and NRZ are on the back foot, as I guess one player is the only surviving. And the moment I said, Dante with his mini tap shots now is just trying to dominate the lobby from the southern side. But on the northeastern and northwestern side, some teams are in their neighborhood and they are making a lot of collateral damage.
They most certainly are. I mean, as you pointed it out, as soon as you pointed it out, it was TRZ at the receiving end, thanks to Dante from A1 Esports. But as we do look onto the screen, we do have NRZ's Sazad all by himself out in the open, pretty much just smoke and that rock covering him. TRZ Esports so very close to him. He is part of the circle, he is part of the zone, but he's the only man surviving for his team, whereas TRZ Esports have all 4 members alive from the looks of it, all 3 members alive from the looks of it. And this is where it is going to get a little tricky for TRZ Esports to make that rotation, because finally, again, the circle has made a shift and all these teams are going to have to leave their comfortable spot.
But look at it, the circle has gone away from all of the teams. Most of the teams are out of the zone. Talk about A1 Esports, talk about DoD, talk about PX Esports. Most of the teammates have to, and the teams have to go into the zone. But circle has gone into the lap of NRZ, and they are the only team that are enjoying the compound. And this can be a game for them. for now. IPG was coming in from the northern side. They are trying to put down and pin down the player, and that's the only way, the only option. If they put down the players of Team Shanghai, this can be a safe passage to them. If they don't, they will be punished. And just because of that, Sensei is already on a run over. Tries to take one player down. He was so close to him, but the opponent player was not able to take him down. Sensei comes in, takes him down, but PX Esports trail. Terror also gets that third party shot. That means a lot of kill stealing is already into the frame.
It most certainly has been, and of course, Bots in Pajamas right there chiming in along to the fight as well. And it is, of course, IPG on our screens right here, who are in the open, who are trying to get the revival done, but will they be allowed to do so? Bots in Pajamas are in the move, and RZ Esports have been eliminated, and with 4 kills, they are looking pretty A-okay as far as the points are concerned, but PSC Esports is not yet done. The OD also get eliminated, 16 remaining, 23 minutes in. This has turned into quite an aggressive stance from these teams because it is out in the open and not a lot of cover opportunities that are available to any of these teams. But where is A1 Esports?
I mean, indeed, from the eastern side, they are still coming. They still haven't let any more player fall down to the other player. On the edge of the circle is where they are standing for now. Slowly and steadily, BIP, Bots in Pajamas, the players are moving towards them. But the moment I said Sinister received a heavy chunk of bullets and shots because they are trying to put down the players from NTRZ that are on the left-hand side. Extreme is on its crosshair and Rage OP is on their crosshair. But A1 Esports, they also have a very good edge. They also have a very good advantage of themselves converting into a chicken dinner until and unless Bots in Pajamas makes a comeback and puts them down.
Absolutely, and IPG also have their process set up towards Bots in Pajamas. So Bots in Pajamas kind of looking in a bit of a tricky situation is what I would say. A1 Esports' Sinister does utilize that opportunity and does bring the player down of Bots in Pajamas. So 2 players down, Mr. BBC and VIPAR are the only 2 remaining for Bots in Pajamas, but they have been hunted down. They don't have a lot of cover fire, and as well as the cover itself is concerned, they've only got that tree trunk that will not be able to survive them for long because the circle has shifted once again.
Bots in Pajamas vibed out, has really vibed out. One team, and IPG is the team on their crosshairs. 6 kill is what IPG did secure in the match, but Tata bye-bye is what they have to say from this time, because all thanks to Wipeout from the sides of Bots in Pajama. They still have that 9.59% of winner chicken dinner forecast for themselves, but this is gonna be really, really very tough because still there are important players, some really magnificent players that will be making to mark themselves up in this lobby. Now it's down to the 5 team and 11 players surviving. PX Esports, I'm amazed to see, because at one point Chiku was the only player surviving and Nier was about to be getting bled off, but he himself saved him, revived him, and not only that, they are just trying to go and make an entry. 30 meters is what the total distance they have to travel, but on the left hand side it's a terrain that will be favoring Bots in Pajamas, and once they make an entry into the zone on the right hand side, TRZ with all 4 players, they will be charging in towards themselves.
Exactly. I mean, TRZ is looking pretty good because they've got all 4 players alive. We've got TRZ Extreme with only 1 player alive. So this is where things are going to get a little bit more dicey because A1 Esports is up on top. All the teams are trying to get into that region itself, into that area itself. Bots in Pajamas is also on the exact same hill, very close to A1 Esports. But eventually, who will get to have the better fight in this situation? Who will rather be the one to take a fight? Because as soon as you take a fight, you are going to be giving away the information, and that is where Bots in Pajamas Wipeout has done so clearly, and PX Esports Neo does eliminate that player.
Indeed, but Sinister will be taken on as Mamba with his perfect M4 6x spray in that move, and Sinister will be taken down. Some laser guided spray coming in, and TRZ Esports, they did have that compound, but once the zone shrinked in, the compound went out of the zone, but still they have a very good chance because they are 4 men strong, and now they are going for the charge. Sinister is still being knocked off, and I guess this grenade will pull things off. Atomic and Mamba grenading stuff with those grenades, and it will be an end for them, I guess. But Dante is still surviving, but Chiku takes FPS down. That means TRZ just need to be very much cautious because they just cannot let this chicken dinner slip away from their hands.
They most certainly cannot. With that, it is A1 Esports being sent back into the lobby with 9 kills. That is certainly going to be a good turn of events for them because the points are going to be absolutely phenomenal. Bots in Pajamas, Mr. BBC is taking a fight by himself, but PX Esports is so very near to him that Mr. BBC has absolutely no idea, and now he's going to be burnt alive. Boy, oh boy, this has turned into quite an aggressive stance. Bots in Pajamas left with 6 kills, looking pretty good, but TRZ, nothing stopping this team apart from PX Esports. Will they be able to do it?
Indeed, 5 kills already onto the name. Can they convert that into the 7 kills? And if that happens, that chicken dinner can go already onto the name. Mamba has also been knocked down. That means 2 players are still surviving. A chicken dinner that was seemingly being forecasted by that winner chicken dinner forecast is now turning into the favor of PX Esports, and all thanks to Near with all those precise grenades and those laser guided spin. Now Chiku, he is holding that angle, but some players from the sides of TRZ Esports holding the tree trunk angle just in order to dish out maximum damage. But one thing that TRZ Esports have done pretty well is that they have let all the 4 players survive. And I guess now it is down to the solo player surviving from PX Esports, and eventually he will be taken down by Cat, and this is a chicken dinner for the team. A very well-deserved chicken dinner, but again, PX Esports so close yet so far.
Well, they played it well. I would say PX Esports certainly did play it well. They were only a 2-man army, but the way they just continued on and tried to bring that barrage into their favor was just beautiful and absolutely dominating in certain moments against Mr. BBC from. But eventually, talking about the team that held the chicken dinner, it is none other than TRZ Esports. And once again, it is the numbers game. Like, you've got 4 team members alive, automatically you've got the advantage in that final fight.
Indeed, it happened in the first game, I guess, in the game of Erangel, where it was even Esports, I guess, charging against, or maybe Team 4M charging against NRZ in that match. And just imagine, had there been 2 players from the sides of TRZ, it would have been an easy chicken for PX, but nothing taken away from TRZ Esports. They played really damn pretty well in this match. 7 kills and a total of 1435 damage. And look at this leap, look at this jump that they have been able to secure, straight 3rd on the chart.
Exactly, I mean, just perfect turn of events for the team as well. As if we move on towards the most valuable player, it is going to be Jax from A1 Esports with 5 kills, 1077 dished out damage. That is phenomenal, along with the 3 assists. Just perfect play from the side of A1 Esports. I mean, this time around they walked away with 9 kills with 4th position, so placement points are going to be favoring them.
I mean, indeed, that will be helping them here and there, and those kill points that Jax indeed helped them to secure more and more. And A1 Esports really making themselves up. It's not always that you will be getting that chicken dinner, but that consistency that we talk about, A1 Esports is also very much close to that. But top players of this match was Near. Indeed, it was, because he was really dishing out a lot of damage when TRZ was just trying to flank out those angles.
Most certainly was, and along with that we do have IPG's Dictator, who has been dictating the fights throughout in today's games and has been absolutely phenomenal for the side of IPG. Thus, he is for part of the top 4 players. Eventually, as we move on towards the match summary, we've got highest kills that are from PX Esports' Neil. I mean, this dude was just so very good. You pointed it out during the cast as well. The utility usage was so on point from Neil.
Indeed, it was. The way he used to use all those utilities, that was pinpointed, and that was well good. And he had the most amount of information that grenades and utilities and molotovs can dish out the damage with its maximum potential. But look at this match ranking. TRZ Esports 7 kills already onto the name, 15 placement points, a total of 22. This is gonna help them shoot up their numbers, and we have already seen that this team have shooted up the chances, and they are sitting at that 3rd position. But PX Esports again, back-to-back good performance. It was a second finish again and again. I really want, once the group of PX Esports comes to play again, to get that important 15-point chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and it was looking pretty close. Had, of course, the team not had all 4, or rather, we can actually talk about PX Esports having had all 4 players alive. It could have been a pretty close moment right there. But eventually, an amazing day is what this has turned out to be. I mean, day number 2, and already we are looking at some wonderful, wonderful moments throughout this game and throughout the day.
Indeed, and thanks Oppo for all these events, because these are the Oppo F19 Pro moments for you. And we already saw that Novo Ripnoi area for IPG being challenged by one team, and that was absolutely being shut down. But then it was PX Esports, and it was not easy fight for them, because they were in that cluster, and out of that cluster they lost 2 of the players, but brought down to the line where they were fighting against NRZ. But A1 Esports in this also dished out a lot of damage. Bots Pajamas coming from the northeastern side, that was also not an easy task, because they eliminated a big name, a consistent name in this lobby, and that was IPG.
They certainly did, and with that, as you move the conversation on towards the side of Bots and Pajamas, they tried to maintain that lead that they had, but as you move on to the final few moments, A1 Esports not being able to survive for long. PX Esports is near right here, but perfect utility usage and was able to bring down Mr. BBC right there, and eventually brings us down to the final fight where it was a 4v2 situation, 4v1 eventually, that of course TRZ was at a better hand to be able to get working in their favor. With that, we've got a second team that's going to be A1 Esports that has crossed that century marker.
Indeed, they are the second team because it was a IPG that was the first team that did secure, but I guess in this match they were not able to get more and more points, and just because of that, A1 Esports have been able to get past that lead that was once looking more than 20 points. I guess it is now down to 14 points or so, but TRZ Esports, again, the 2 chicken dinner mark onto the name has actually helped them, and placement point is what actually has helped them, because there's not a lot of kill point that is in their number, but 51 total placement points.
Absolutely. As you move on towards page number 2, DoD find themselves on the 16th spot with 36 points. So looking pretty neat is what I would say with the 8 games that they have played. But alongside all of that, XBET have been able to get themselves climbing up. They were on the 9th spot as the day started off, and now they find themselves slowly and steadily climbing up. So that is looking pretty neat is what I would say. They've been able to at least sustain and maintain that position, have not been brought back down, and that is good. But as we move on along towards the next page, this is where the point difference is going to be showcased a little bit more. Also keeping in mind that only 24 teams are going to move on fourth. This is where points are really, really required for from all the games that these teams are part of.
Indeed it is, and Bots in Pajamas have made up a mark for themselves, climb up the ladder of success, and they are at the 17th position for now, with those total matches all in all, but Unstoppable are looking pretty much unstoppable, but they really need to up their ante. But TREX slipping down one more positioning points. Earlier they were at 24, now they are at 25th. At the end of 8 matches, just the 16 total points on an average of 2 total points secured from each match. This is not looking really good for TREX, because it was a day for Group D that was playing today, and Group A was also playing. So last 4 matches Group A was playing, and in that TREX really didn't shine, and also TRZ Extreme just a total of 12 points in 8 matches.
Absolutely. With that, we've got the team card on our screen from the side of the consistent team. That's going to be IPG, where we can clearly see that off of the 8 games that this team has played, the amount and volume of damage that this team has been able to showcase. Mehfooz YT right there, right off the bat, with 5,389 damage, 3,116 damage coming in from Dictator. Just phenomenal turnover wins when it comes to the team. And also, when you talk about the kills department, all of them have crossed 2-digit markers.
Indeed, except Sincere, because he just had 1.38 kpm. But look at the damage that has been dealt by Mehfooz. If we club the total damage of Dictator and Sincere, that is what Mehfooz has been able to dish out alone. So this is something that Mehfooz has been that X factor for the sides of IPG, and this team is really looking unstoppable. I would really love to see once they come into the play, when the Group B will come into action, when VNM Legends and 7C Esports will come to play. So at that point things will get interesting, because this is a team that also doesn't shy away from taking any fights. And 7C Esports and VNM Legends, we have seen their gameplay, so at that point it will really good to talk about it. But for now, the day report is on its way, as total damage is dealt by IPG. That is 9,744, and that was pretty much evident.
It certainly was. There's no two ways about it. I mean, we just were mentioning it, right? From Mehfooz YT. Why is the lad pretty much every single time in the MVP? That's the formula. You need to have 40% damage, 40% survival time, and then 20% of the kills. And you combine that all together, the average of it is how the MVP is calculated. And again, I mean, if you're going to have 5,300 plus damage being dished out, that is going to lead you to that marker. And of course, that is from IPG. But as you move on along towards A1 Esports' kills department, 41 kills is what this team got. I mean, 2 chicken dinners for the team. Wonderful turnover wins from A1 Esports. They are on the second position, the only team, or rather the second team to have crossed that 100 mark pointer. But now things are going to get interesting. 2 days are done. Every team knows what to expect from every single group. And this is where the story will change, because now we have that X factor that's going to be chiming along. And as you mentioned, we will also have 7C. We will have groups where, of course, 7C will be playing up along with the VNM Legends against the likes of A1 Esports and IPG. That is going to be just ludicrous moments, I think.
I mean, that is what I'm really waiting for when Group B and Group D comes into action, because already I have declared Group D as a group of death, because they have been straight away
Right.
declaring their fact, and the way they have been playing. Take any team, be it be A1 Esports, be it be
True.
Team 4M, be it be IPGs, and Downtown, when the matches were just one or two in their number for the day, XBRother started dominating. Root Dude has been
Yep.
annihilating the lobby throughout the day. Unstoppable were also looking unstoppable in the last few matches, and NRZ Esports. So once they come into action, once they face all those heat of Group B, where VNM Legends and one more team, 7 Seas Esports, is there, it will really good to see them.
Well, it's going to get really exciting, really exhilarating indeed. With that, day number 2 of course, the PUBG Mobile National Championship of Bangladesh region does come to an end. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. And alongside to you guys as well, sitting back at home and viewing this, do not forget to showcase the love for your teams in the chat, as well as, of course, all the social media networks, because these teams are doing so just perfectly. All the different ones, they are doing it phenomenally. With that, like I said, the day number 2 does come to an end. I've been your host, caster, analyst, blotter, joined in, of course, with Ankit, saying sayonara, take care. We'll meet you tomorrow.